you're mine. Na 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 na. Oh, oh, na 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 na.
KUAM FM Hagaya, Guam. You're listening to The Link with Chris and Sabrina on Breeze 93.9.
All we do is push and shove. Dress up and play the part and call it love. The curtain rises, everyone's eyes is fooled by our disguises. Lies all your lines, and tonight we reminded that the show must go on. You've clearly won. The audience is on your side. Where has she gone? The girl with no makeup on. She's reciting her lies and in her eyes she can't do no wrong. I told her to break a leg, but she'd rather break hearts. And now she's a villain who's mastered the art. She's playing my part, my part. My part. Alright, stop, wait a second. Suddenly I'm second guessing about the role that I'm supposed to play. Should I be the hero who's defeated, so near yet against the line to save the day? Cause all that I am is nothing she wants, but it's the price of saving worth the cost. But not every story's got a happy ending. The love I had is dead and gone. Where has she gone? The girl with no makeup on. My love, she's reciting her lies and in her eyes she can't do no wrong. She can't do no wrong. I told her break a leg, but she'd rather break hearts. And now she's a villain who's mastered the art. Oh, she's playing my part, my part.
Stay connected through The Link each morning on Breeze 93.9 FM.
I'm growing younger in this time. I feel there's no one to save me. This all and nothing really got a way of driving me crazy. I need somebody to hear, somebody to know, somebody to have, somebody to hold. It's easy to say, but it's never the same. I guess I kinda like the way you numbed all the pain. And now the day bleeds into nightfall, and you're not here to get me through it all. I let my guard down, and then you pulled the rug. I was getting kinda used to being someone you loved. I'm going under in this time. I feel there's no one turn to. This all or nothing way of loving got me sleeping without you. I need somebody to know, somebody to hear, somebody to have, just to know how it feels. It's easy to say, but it's never the same. I guess I kinda like the way you help me escape. Now the day bleeds into nightfall, and you're not here to get me through it all. I let my guard down, and then you pull the rug. I was getting kinda used to being someone you loved, and I tend to close my eyes when it hurts. Sometimes I fall into your arms. I've been saying for yourself till I come back around. And now the day bleeds into nightfall, and you're not here to get me through it all. Let my guard down, then you pull the rug. I was getting kinda used to being someone you love. And now the day bleeds into nightfall, and you're not here to get me through it all. I let my guard down, and then you pull the rug. I was getting kinda used to being someone you love. I let my guard down, then you pull the rug. I was getting kinda used to being someone you love.
Kosin ya uli di sombranzelten meg et zu te saluda antes dium niga Radzaudzan malak estrezas Duretin todo imemu A nogi distancia Gumugubugi palu Zangiman malak guafi Ikonum nasugi airi Prebatu la noci Nai banderata gaigi Pues atan fanni bandera Kau esta pagua pumalalapa Giluk tanu man libri Sentamiti man ko badi
Fanogi chamoru puritanota kantai matunonya gitoru iluga Paraiona parai gloria a big islas en Paraiona, parai gloria, abiba islas el Toru i tempo i paz, paraita, zangin na bendition. Contra perigo na avança fuam Deus proteis langom try believe never suffer Zeus protect yes, yes.
yes, yes. Ibandera gohan, yes, yes, yes. Ibandera gohan, yeah. Kinini mastakilu, hina soku. Kinini mastakalu, ikurason u. Ten imas figu, nani nasinyaku. Ufresin maisatu, para by putei, ten defendi. Hinengi, cultura, lenguaje. Tanitanu tamoru, yes, yes, yes. Tanitanu tamoru, yes, yes, yes. Ni ire shaku, la la la. Did it to get into stop that? 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 It's the who, what been my ihilo. Tani Biblia, Ibandera Ibandera Mohan, yes, yes, yes. 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 Ibandera Mohan, yes.
Morning, Guam. Huh. Good morning, Guam.
Decidedly less volume this morning.
Yeah, I was standing back, bro, because we changed the board up in here, so it's all kind of.
So now you're artificially boosting your volume.
No, I'm just I'm adjusting to the game, bro.
I think we're gonna have to call an election day dispute, perhaps.
Are we gonna recount?
God, I hope not.
Good morning, Sabrina.
Good morning.
It's 6/19 Tuesday. Historic Tuesday.
We've got a lot of things to cover today, and may I just say,
Yes, you may.
there's a couple things we were talking about pre-show, right? Okay, first of all, good morning, everybody. We'd love your comments on this, me in particular.
Good morning.
Chris and Bree were having this discussion, and they were talking about the many uses of sour cream. Bree was saying, have you put sour cream in your cupcake frosting or cake frosting?
I
Chris
said
was,
eggs.
yeah, in eggs. Chris was saying, have you ever put sour cream in pancakes?
Yeah, I have.
Mama Bear, your thoughts? I've never even considered that. How is
It's
that?
really good. It's not too, because sour cream, it's like, yeah, okay, it's called sour cream, but it's not really sour.
Yeah.
And I don't know what it does to stuff, but I put it in a lot of stuff.
That's your secret ingredient.
Does it add to the texture of the pancake?
Bree, how did you go down the sour cream path, though? You made scrambled eggs and what?
And I scrambled in sour cream.
What
before
prompted that?
I was watching Facebook,
Oh,
and they have those food recipes.
Right.
and I just paused on it. I was like, oh, I'm kind of hungry, and I just decided to watch it. And then I was like, oh, I'm gonna try it. And I
And?
did, and I loved it. It was pretty
good,
good.
right? Yeah. It's good when you mix it in the scrambled eggs. It's also good when you finish the scrambled eggs and you just put a little bit on top.
A dollop.
Yeah, that's the Barnett side, guys. Just a dollop.
I dollop whipped cream, not sour cream. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no,
okay.
try it out, bro. Put it in the
Consider
pancake
me
mix.
a noob, Okay.
I even know some people who put it in their cake batter.
Okay, what do you guys think? Sour cream, thumbs up, thumbs down on pancakes and eggs and everything like that?
Jay's going to turn this into the next KUAM News poll. He's going to be like, never mind the runoff election. What are your thoughts on sour cream?
Yeah, we're like, tomorrow we're like, oh, okay, and the winner of the congressional runoff election was... Anyway, sour cream.
No, I even put it in frosting.
Yeah, that's... Okay.
It's good in frosting. Like if you had the chocolate frosting, the store-bought. You know, what's that lady, Brie?
Betty Crocker.
No, the one who takes like the box food and then she elevates it. Man, I want to say Sarah or something. She used to be on Food Network. She'll take like some kind of...
Rachel Ray?
Okay.
She'll take like a box recipe like scalloped
Ray?
potatoes and then she'll like bougie it up.
Okay, so
Yeah.
Debbie...
So that's what you can do with chocolate frosting. You just squeeze some sour cream in there and it kind of lightens it up and then it takes... Because the frosting's so sweet. And I don't know what it does.
I can't deal with the
You know what, you guys...
plastic frosting.
We have knowledge has been dropped, all right, all the way from Bardstown, Kentucky. Mama Bear, Debbie Davis, our dear friend, have never put sour cream in pancakes, but it's worth trying.
Yeah,
So
try it out.
Do not hate on sour cream in pancakes.
It's not even that weird, Jay. It's not like we're telling you to put sauerkraut in your pancakes. That would be just like, huh?
Ew.
Yeah.
Okay, so speaking of hate, right?
Oh.
I'm seeing a lot of people expressing vitriol. As the kids say, they're throwing shade, all right? One of the most amazing plays from the NFL yesterday, and Sabrina and I were talking about this, was her beloved fellow Oklahoma alumni. Now in his second year, Kyler Murray, right? Offensive player of the year, offensive rookie of the year, went to the Pro Bowl, had a Hail Mary. Hail Marys rarely work, all right?
Hail Murray.
Yeah, now they're calling it Hail Murray. Okay, so Kyler Murray scrambling, he was under pressure, heaved this, I think it was like, 53 yards and everything like that, to DeAndre Hopkins, who was in triple coverage in the end zone, caught it, and it's unfortunate that because of social distancing, that was a home game for the Cards. The place would have been absolutely nuts if they had 60,000 people in like they normally would be able to. But everybody's, oh man, Kyler Murray, what an amazing throw. Kyler Murray, stupendous feat of athleticism. Kyler Murray, like, he's the next level. Guys, what about DeAndre Hopkins? The catch, he had 6 hands in front of him, and he still came down with the ball. Nook made a hell of a play. I'm just saying, DeAndre Hopkins, the receiver had something to do with that play too. But
Yeah, there's a runoff election today, guys.
yes, end rant, thank you.
Oh, yeah, that's right. There is one.
Yeah, there is one, yeah. That talk about a Hail Mary.
Nice.
624.
That was a pro level transition right there, my friend.
Yeah, 624. Good morning to our viewers on KUAM TV and on our KUAM News Facebook Live. Welcome to today's episode of The Link on this historic congressional runoff Tuesday. Okay, I just got a text from Miss Maria Pangolina, Guam Election Commission. Guys, we might have to play the anthem at 7 just to open the polls officially. I like that. They're going to, like, blast it.
Nice.
That's
You know,
cool,
Maria
right?
was
We
one of
can
the
do
first.
that.
Yeah, we can. We can do that. We can do
Sure.
that. Yeah.
Maria was one of the first people who actually remember she made the request to you, and she's like, "Man, I
Yeah,
love your
yeah.
open with with Sina, with the national anthem and Guam hymn." She actually requested that, so we sent it to her, and she said she was gonna possibly play it at the polling station.
I think that we should play that on loudspeakers all over the island. You know that the tsunami alert system?
Oh, with the advanced warning system.
Yeah, that we should play the anthems at 6 a.m. You know, instill some like pride in these suckers out here, dude. You know, we should be proud to be from Guam. or
Remember
to
when
live
you were
here.
growing? Here's another old school Guam memory. Remember when you guys were growing up in the Ville, and they used to actually have those air raid sirens?
Yeah.
Like I remember, I'd be at my nana's house in Agana Heights and everything, and because it's right down the street from Civil Defense. You heard that stuff, and it was always the air raid sirens and the bells coming from Cathedral.
Right. The real bells. I remember when the church bells were real. Now there's some churches it's like ringtone, right?
Is it DJ Joe, sir? It's digital?
Yeah.
Wow.
625. Our show is proudly brought to you by Dial Rent to Own, Burger King, who's presenting Cover Me today. Also, Cabo Select Care, federal employees and annuitants. I like saying that word for some reason.
I never even knew that was a word until
It sounds like aliens, right? The annuitants are coming.
Well, that sounds like the next X-Men movie. It's like
But they're not. Just sign up, okay?
Wolverine versus Mystique. Annuitants.
Rise of the annuitants.
Terminator annuitants.
It's the 2020 federal benefits open season. Enroll now until December 14th. Call 477-9808 for more info. It's also proudly brought to you by Cabo Enterprises, Carrier at 647-COOL, and the Thrive Coalition. Good morning. It's 6:26 to our viewers on our K-Wave News Facebook live feed.
We're getting a lot of comments of people saying it's Mary Rojas said it's raining cats and dogs, and she uses both the
Cats and Galagos.
feline and canine
Right, yeah.
emoji.
It's raining this morning. God is crying because he saw how you're going to vote.
But not here in Harmon. It's actually quite a lovely morning.
It was raining in Epan.
All right.
Rosemary Laguatnia writes, good morning, team, with 3 thumbs up, 3 prayer emojis. Remedy Carmichael, good morning, KUAM crew from Dedido. Rudolph Rodolfo Jr. Good morning.
Hey,
Half a day.
Rudolph.
Yeah.
How you doing, man? Okay, John Cristobal says, good morning, Sabrina, Chris, Jason, DJ Joser. Half a day from Carmen Memorial Drive into Mooning. Nice.
George A. Cruz Jr. writes, good morning, Sabrina, Chris, Jason, and Joser. Let's all have a nice day. No, it's an election. It's not going to be a nice day.
You're just coming right out of the gates. See?
This is a hot one.
Let's celebrate democracy or not.
Roberto Fraccassini, buongiorno, Guam.
Buongiorno.
Good morning, signore.
Mary Rojas. Go
Please
ahead.
have a dry.
Oh, no, good morning to my brother Pat.
I saw him there,
in
yeah.
Las
Okay, and Pat
Vegas.
was also saying yes. He's giving all due praise to the Hail Murray.
And he's also, I think he said something about sour cream. Mary Rojas, good morning, KUAM team. Listening in from the village of Mungi Town, Mangilao. Please continue to stay safe, everyone. This virus surely ain't reaching the speed bumps.
Okay, speaking of election day, we got a comment from Peter J. Santos, who's been a contributor on our show. He's joined
Right.
us in the Zoom room. He goes,
Yeah.
"Today is the day to forget Miguel." Is that is that a thing? Is that like a meme, or is that like a trend that people?
I
are
don't know,
saying?
but if that was the thing, they should have come up with it before Election Day.
I mean, is there one for Dr. Underwood's?
I saw
side
one
too?
that was something like F something. Are you?
Viewer.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, because the RU.
That's the
wow.
level we're at, guys. This
Dude,
runoff. This is like Jerry Springer runoff election.
That's not even throwing shade. That's like
I'm not even.
That's
I
when you're
mean,
in a car and like the big like
people are just so
the 18
into
wheeler
this
pulls up next
election.
to
It's like you can't even talk about the issues in this election without being cast as like on one side or the other. You know what I mean? But I feel like this is a really pivotal election in a lot of ways, because it could signal a big change in the kind of politics that the people of Guam are willing to accept. And I'm not even talking about Congressman San Nicolas. I'm talking about this whole like social media, doing everything on Facebook, not doing debates, not, answering questions about your record or, to me, this is what's really at stake here is like, if you guys are cool with that, then that's just going to give all the other politicians the green light. Like, oh, okay, hey, well, so I guess we don't got to talk to the media. We're still going to answer questions, just, go on Facebook. So to me, it's really symbolic election because our politics on Guam, and I know COVID has changed it, but it's always been face-to-face, shaking hands, kissing babies, knowing people, knowing their family, talking to them. And now I feel like you could have whole elected officials who never even really interact with the public in any way. And that's okay with thousands and thousands of people. So to me, that's how I see this election. No matter who's running, it's like a sign of the times election. That's what I was thinking. I was thinking that on my way to work.
Sign of the Times, great Prince song,
Yeah, it is.
great Queensryche album.
What else we got here? Christina Huckog writes, good morning, Guam, and half a day. Pat Solis, where's your brother at, Bree?
He's in Vegas.
Still in Vegas,
that's
okay.
right. Is he still at Trader Joe's?
Okay, wait. Thank you for bringing that up.
Yeah, all right.
Okay, these
Can
guys.
Can you let Jay
Yes,
off the hook?
yeah, okay. I actually brought, thank you, DJ Joser, Bree, and Chris. There they are. My sister, my beloved sister, sent me some Trader Joe's, a care package for my mother and I. And these are Fruz balls. They're vegan energy balls. Bree's got the peanut butter and jelly. Joser's got the chocolate hazelnut. I gave Chris a pack too, and he's like, "Yeah, thanks,
I
bro."
hoarded it. Yeah,
What, you finished it already?
I'm a snack hoarder. I put it away.
Oh,
Then when I get the kids, I'm like, hey, check out what Daddy's got. Like Joan has this subscription where she gets these snacks from like around the world.
Like snack box or something.
Yeah,
like that.
something like that. And she gets all these Japanese candies. I don't even know what it says, and she doesn't even eat it. So I'm always back there like, oh, let me take this, let me take this. Then when I get my kids, we'll do like a whole unboxing. Japanese got some cool candy. Burn Flores writes off a day, Manana Sidus, Tato Guahan, Tato Logu, Tato KUAM.
Hey, Burn, we were trying to get you on the show. We want to have you on for Top Fan Tuesday. I
Yeah.
actually sent you a message on Messenger, so we'd love to have you on. If not today, then next week.
It's not spam. Check your inbox. If it was spam, that sounds pretty good.
Felicia Marie Duenas says, "Good morning, team from GMH. Thank you, and good morning to you too, and thank you for what you do for our community."
Lisa Sakaba Regis writes, good morning. What do we got here? Debbie says, I've never put sour cream in pancakes, but it's worth trying. Everything's worth trying once.
But she also does follow that by saying sauerkraut in pancakes is just gross.
Right. Paul Chrysostomo, hi from Alaska. Patricia Ann Atalig, yeah, it's raining like crazy. Good morning, Guam. What do we got? John G.F. Cristobal, good morning. Sabrina, Chris, Jason Hoffaday from Carmen Memorial Drive in Tamuning. Where's that at, guys?
Carmen Memorial?
Yeah.
Not sure.
Carmen Memorial, I mean,
You got to give us more to work with. That one coconut tree that goes up and then it's 30-degree angle to the left, and then there's two chickens that are right there. Yeah, and when you see that, you pass Carmen Memorial Drive. Peter Regis, it's called semi-homemade from Sandra Lee. That's where she takes a box recipe and then she makes it all gourmet.
Oh.
Yeah, just so you know. What do we got here? Anita Maternity Blas McCall writes, Banana Julius, a Bev Test J Solis, Buenas Familia KUAM. Roadrunners in the house, also Anita. Anita
what's up to
Maternity.
our friends at Benavente Middle School. Thank you, guys.
She also writes, let the people vote and they will choose the right man for the job.
Okay,
Biba Democrat.
okay, I know some people. I was
That's
checking,
like the safe thing to say, right? Biba Democrat.
I was checking on Twitter this morning, and people were actually asking, and Bree would know this. Okay, as far as where to vote, you cannot vote anymore at the GEC
No.
today, right?
Nope.
Yeah, but you can vote at the 22 polling precincts throughout the island.
Right, and we actually got some pictures from the Guam Election Commission. They were up obviously early. I don't even know if they went to bed last night. But they sent us some pics from Agotnia where they were setting up the polling site. Robert Luti, by the way, on our Facebook writes, Buenas from Washington. It's raining here too. Cecilia Cruz Locoa writes, good morning. Let's make the best man win. Jan Fegger writes, good morning, Guam. Happy Tuesday. Yeah, it's Tuesday, November 17th. General election runoff. Well, it's a runoff for a congressional delegate. The first one ever in history. And already, Bree, before today, I think over 5,000 people cast or voted in this runoff election. The Guam Election Commission, I mean, Miss Maria was telling us yesterday, there was a line before they even opened. So people are really wanting to let their voice be heard, and we'll figure out what they said. Our election coverage, Bree?
Yeah, Adriana Cotero, she will be live over at UOG Election Central in Manila. She'll be doing live reports over Facebook, starting at around 10 o'clock, and then whenever results come in, she'll be popping in live and bringing everybody the very latest.
Right on. And then here at 6 on the link tomorrow morning, we'll do our recap show where we've are still assembling a nice panel of different people, human beings, that will come in and discuss the results of this election. Hopefully they'll be in by tomorrow morning.
Yeah, we're all hoping. I mean, you would think it would be pretty quick, but because there's only two.
But it's 2020.
Yeah.
You never know what you're going to get.
Yeah.
Right?
And last time in the general election, there were 5 batches. So Adriana joined us. She had 5 separate live hits, and the last one came in at 7:55 in the morning.
Wow.
But again, because it's only one race with 2 opponents, I was about to say
Yeah.
combatants, but
Yeah, you can't write in.
yeah.
FYI, guys.
Well, yeah, can you?
No, you
write in
can't,
for this
you
one?
can't, yeah.
Okay, interesting point. I didn't even consider that. Yeah, so you would think that hopefully, if they really start jamming on this, even though with social distancing protocol, as Maria said many times, they've basically taken the 335 people that would normally be tabulating the ballots, cut that in half to make sure that everybody stays a safe distance apart. you know, with the new machines and with, you know, everybody being all motivated and high speed and ready to go, hopefully they'll have the results will be cranked out by maybe 2 a.m.
Wow.
What's the fastest we ever saw results, Bree? We did, I'm thinking, what, 6 years ago, there was a midterm election, and we were out of there by 12:30. I mean, we were even blown away how fast that was, right?
Mm-hmm. I
Bria,
don't remember.
yeah. Have you ever seen the tone of this election? Yeah, we'll get him on. With this congressional race, have you seen this kind of back and forth in all the elections you've covered?
Gosh. Yeah, I think so.
In terms of like
Yeah.
mudslinging, or
No, just in terms of how heated. I don't like to say mudslinging because I don't think anybody really mudslang. I think that they were just talking about the records of the candidates. But just it's really heated, right?
Yeah. Well, I don't know. Is it really heated?
you can't be heated if you don't participate in a debate, which never happened because you can't have a
No, I'm just
one-person
talking
debate.
about with social media and just it's crazy. It's crazy on social media.
See, that's the
The
thing. There's a lot-
commenting back and forth. I mean,
There's
you
a
know,
lot of
don't-
mudslinging, but not by the candidates themselves.
But it's not the same as well because there was no opportunity for them to see how it goes. Grown-ups, they debate each other and then they would throw shots at each other, but we didn't get to see that. But we have seen it in the past, and that's where we've seen a lot of fireworks, where you get two candidates go against each other. They talk about the records. They criticize each other's records. They talk about how they would have done things differently. And there's that live element to it, right? Because the great debate, I mean, we've had some pretty cool debates. I mean, more task forces, Ray.
No more.
No more task. Yeah, and then they turned around and made 5,000 new task forces.
Do you remember?
But that's what I'm just saying, like, I don't really care what you guys think about St. Nicholas refusing to debate. But we're the people of Guam. At the very least, we deserve that, at least. And that's what I'm talking about with this election. It's pivotal because I don't know. We just didn't get. I don't think it's not a big deal. It's a kind of a big deal to get a debate. I mean, it's normal. That's what I'm saying. It's normal. And you sit here, and I'm sitting here talking about we didn't have a debate, and you guys are looking at me like I got 3 heads. I'm the normal one. We're supposed to have that kind of stuff because it really shows the differences between the candidates. And I mean,
And they're spectator sports.
yeah.
Let's admit, people love watching this kind of
I
thing.
mean, you guys who are for St. Nicholas, guys who are for Underwood, you didn't want to see a debate between your gods? Like, what's wrong with you? Of course you wanted to.
Do you guys remember the great debates of 22 years ago, right? 1998, when
Wow.
the late, great Angel Santos was still participating.
Yeah,
I
I do.
believe he was going up against Carl Gutierrez, right? And he famously, like, it was his turn to call. He went up there, and there was a document or a paper or something like that, went over there at the UOG Fieldhouse, shredded the document, and then just dropped it and then walked away. The place went ballistic.
Yeah, Angel was big on the documents. He always had his, I got the documents.
Yeah, but I remember that. That was a big pivotal moment, and again, that was part of the spectacle of having these debates. And we as moderators and as MCs of these things, we're like, okay, please everybody, we didn't say practice social distancing. We're like, exhibit some modicum of professionalism. Don't
Did
go.
Madeline debate? I only remember that one year when she did. I don't know if it was a debate or a forum.
Madeline Bradado?
Yeah, and it was the whole theme of Mama Bear. Do you remember that?
Who was she running? Who was running against her?
Gosh, I can't remember.
Because I know when St. Nicholas ran against her, they didn't debate in the primary.
Right,
then I don't
because
think there
they
was-
didn't believe in debating people from their own.
Yeah, they did
Party,
that debate 2
right,
years ago.
Right.
No,
yeah,
but I
yeah.
think Madeline doesn't believe in debating people within their own party for a primary.
Right, yeah. But did we see one with Mike and Doris? I think there might have been a forum.
Don't remember.
Or are you talking
I don't
about way
remember
back
seeing-
when Madeline went against former Governor Joe Ada? Did they possibly debate then? I think they might have.
Did she go up against Felix? Didn't Felix run for Congress?
Did he? I don't know, but I feel like we're really...
Yeah. Anyway, that's
Yeah,
in the
anyway,
past.
yeah.
Here we are today.
Yeah, no debate. So.
Comment, chat room and everything. Fact check us. We'd appreciate that.
Yeah,
Right,
can't
that's not even a
remember.
fact
It's too
check,
early
just-
in the morning.
It is. It's 6:40 in the morning.
Well, you know what would get you guys going? Those lovely Trader Joe's treats, which I gave you guys.
Yeah, Jason got us vegan fruze balls.
I
My
tried
sister
one. It's
actually
really
got
good.
Is it? Right.
Well, you have one already?
Yes, I did.
Oh, okay, nice.
Sabrina's going to
It's
stretch
not
it out.
working. It's
She's
not
going to
working
have
yet.
one per day for the next week.
Oh, well,
Wait,
my
I can't eat
pleasure,
the whole
guys.
bag?
No, you can. I'm just
Oh,
saying it's from the States. You know, you want to make it last.
Okay.
Right? See, Joe knows. Joe's like, yep, you had half of
You
one
know-
today, and then I'll have another half next Tuesday.
And I
Right.
did this because I brought these things in because, you know, like I've always believed.
Oh,
in
there it is. Margaret Metcalf. Yeah.
right.
Oh,
Yeah,
Margaret
yeah.
Metcalf, yes.
That was a weird one, right? Like, she came out of nowhere and then went back there after she lost. Remember, she was running, people were like, who the hell is this Margaret Metcalf? They're like, no,
Yeah.
her uncle's from Magani Heights or something.
And remember her sign? I think they spelled Margaret wrong.
Oh, yeah.
That was hilarious.
Margaret,
yeah.
or-
It's 6:41, guys, so we're going to get the show started. Coming up at 7, we're going to play the anthems just to start your voting day off by request for the Guam Election Commission.
That's awesome. Anything for Maria.
And so let's go ahead and get into the news now. Again, this is The Breeze, KUAM-FM and Agotni Guam 93.9. You're listening and watching and experiencing The Link, the Tuesday, November 17th episode, which is brought to you by Dial Rent to Own, Calvo Select Care, Calvo Enterprises, IT&E, Carrier, the Thrive Coalition, and Burger King. At 6:42 with the very latest from the KUAM News team. Good morning, Sabrina Salas-Mantanani.
Off today, everybody. 4 COVID-related casualties in a 24-hour period were confirmed by the Joint Information Center. The 95th COVID-19 related fatality occurred at Naval Hospital just before 7 p.m. Sunday. The patient was a 72-year-old man with underlying conditions that were further compounded by COVID-19. He was admitted to Naval Hospital on October 31st and was a known positive. The 96th occurred at GMH at around 10:30 Sunday night. The patient was a 50-year-old man and tested positive for COVID-19 upon admission on November 4th. Guam's 97th COVID-related fatality occurred at GMH at around 1 o'clock in the morning yesterday. The patient was a 64-year-old woman with underlying conditions that were further compounded by COVID-19. She was admitted to GMH on October 30th and was a known positive case. And the 98th COVID-related fatality occurred at Guam Regional Medical City yesterday morning. The patient was a 65-year-old female with underlying conditions. She was admitted to GRMC on November 16th and tested positive upon admission. As for the latest numbers, as of 8:30 last night, the JIC reported that out of 757 samples ran through Public Health's lab only, 54 returned positive for COVID. This brings Guam's current COVID case count to 6,175 positive cases of COVID since March, 2,127 active cases with more than 3,900 people who have recovered. 63 people are hospitalized at GMH, of which 15 are receiving ICU level of care and 9 people are on ventilators. At GRMC, there are 3 COVID admissions, 2 in ICU, 1 on a ventilator. And at Naval Hospital, there are 4 COVID admissions, 1 in ICU and then 1 on a ventilator. As for our CAR score, it remains at 41.5. Guam is supposed to strive for 5. In the CNMI, 1 additional individual has been confirmed positive for COVID, bringing their case count to 103 cases since March 28th. The individual was identified by travel screening and confirmed a diagnosis through testing upon arrival this past Saturday. The individuals have been safely in quarantine and were moved to the designated isolation area for close monitoring. The CHCC has already initiated contact tracing for the most immediate contacts of the new confirmed cases, including passengers that were on the same flight. And with more news, here is Tyler Matanani.
Off-a-day, good morning, everyone. I'm Tyler Matanani with your headlines here on The Link. Keeping a close eye on the Department of Corrections' efforts to control and monitor the virus outbreak. Early this morning, a couple prisoners' COVID symptoms have worsened.
2 Department of Corrections inmates were transferred to the Guam Memorial Hospital. According to Director Joe Carbolito, the 2 inmates who had tested positive for COVID-19 began experiencing bad symptoms and were transported as per their protocol based on their medical staff assessments. DOC is working with the Department of Public Health on contact tracing and the close monitoring of inmates detainees that are in isolation. Additionally, they are currently retesting additional inmates in Post 9 after they started exhibiting symptoms of COVID-19. Carbolito adds that a purchase order for the renovation of the dome structure at the Manilao compound was approved. Renovations are needed so that it can be used as an additional isolation facility. Overall, 93 inmates and detainees in Manilao and Hagåtña have tested positive, while more than 44 officers and civilian staff have also been infected with the virus. DOC, in the meantime, has established an information center for families with relatives at the prison. The number to call is 734-4016. The information center will be available Monday through Friday from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
According to GMH Administrator Lillian Posadas, hospitalized inmates are placed and monitored in the blue medical tents. Advocates describe it as a small step forward in what will be a long road back to economic recovery. Senators Monday opened the November session with debate over a measure to slash a business licensing fee to help motivate entrepreneurs to open much-needed new businesses. Nestor Lecanto reports.
Author Senator Jim Moylan says the preferred structure for small businesses is the limited liability corporation because of the financial protections it provides to owners. The initial filing fees for LLCs across the U.S. range from as low as $40 to as high as $500, but on Guam, it's $1,000.
This legislation is simple. It is a business-friendly measure. It's an opportunity for Guam to attract more LLC filings. And basically, if we can create reasonable filing fees, more LLCs will be filed on the island.
But Senator Sabina Perez said she had reservations about who it would really help.
They could be some of the largest corporations or businesses, such as the Enrons of the world. And I think it's important to note that fact that LLCs somehow become conflated with small businesses. And I do understand the need to increase the economic activities of our island. But I think we should take measured approaches in doing so. And for me, it's not very clear what the impacts of this would be.
Our small businesses are heroes of our economy, Madam Speaker. They are the job creators who drive the economy and make a huge contribution to our island's prosperity. Our duty is to help prosper these small businesses, to generate the taxes that we desperately need to support our government services, especially during this time of COVID when we're wondering how many of these small businesses do still want to open their doors.
The bill was successfully passed on to the third reading file for voting before the end of this session. For Guam's News Network, I'm Nestor Lecanto.
That's the news for now. We'll see you all tonight at 6 on Primetime. That's the news for now. We'll see you all tonight at 6 on Primetime.
It is round two for Congressman Michael St. Nicholas and former Congressman Robert Underwood as they go head-to-head in today's runoff election. Polls open at 7 o'clock this morning, close at 8 p.m. You are urged to bring a black pen, wear a mask, and, of course, bring an ID. KUAM's Adriana Cotero will be stationed tonight at the Tabulation Center at UOG, and we'll have live reports on Facebook as results start to roll in. President-elect Joe Biden called the Moderna vaccine news more reason to feel hopeful. This comes as the third wave of the pandemic is forcing local leaders to implement new lockdowns, putting further strain on the already weak economy. Deborah Alfarone has more details from the White House.
President-elect Joe Biden's coronavirus team will begin consultations with vaccine manufacturers this week.
There are people at HHS making plans to implement that vaccine. Our experts need to talk to those people as soon as possible so nothing drops in this change of power we're going to have on January 20th.
The president-elect tweeted this morning warning that widespread vaccine distribution is still months away, and he urged Americans to continue social distancing and mask wearing to get the virus under control.
We had never had a day with 100,000 cases in a single day until last week. By next week, we may see 200,000 cases.
The Biden team is still being blocked from beginning the transition until the Trump administration signs off on the president-elect's win, something President Trump refuses to acknowledge, tweeting again this morning, "I won the election." The president-elect's coronavirus advisory board is working on national strategies to help local leaders implement new lockdowns in response to the rise in COVID cases.
What you're hearing is all these governors and mayors are scrambling to try to find what is the right answer for us. And it would surely help all of them. And that's what I'm hearing from them if we had a standardized set of recommendations and protocols.
Biden's team says Congress needs to reach a deal on a new coronavirus relief package before he takes office to help Americans deal with the COVID restrictions.
Until we get that, it's going to be a real challenge for governors to do anything that doesn't cause great conflict within their communities.
The president-elect received a briefing on the economic impact of the pandemic today. Deborah Alfarone, CBS News, the White House.
And that's your news. Stay tuned. We'll have more on the link after the break.
The holidays are almost here, and we could all use an extra dose of cheer and joy this year. So, we're breaking the rules and giving you a holiday head start on Breeze 93.9 FM. Throughout the months of October and November, listen to the special holiday head start blocks of all the season's favorites from 2 p.m. to 3 p.m. and again from 8 p.m. to 9 p.m. Let's try to make spirits bright and make this the most wonderful time of the year. Happy holidays from Breeze. Holiday Head Start is brought to you by Marianas Coating, specializing in roof repair and more. Call 483-3967 for more information.
Today, the KUAM Care Force is calling upon our island community to come together for Giving Tuesday on December 1st for a safe way to help take care of our island family.
On Tuesday, December 1st, stop through our parking lot in Harmon for a donation drive-through.
We're helping the Salvation Army's holiday campaign. You can drop off your non-perishable food items and gifts for kids and teens to our curbside attendants so we can help ensure your safety.
We'll have holiday entertainment while you wait, refreshments, and other goodies for donors.
And the link will be live on location,
So you can be part of the show.
It's all happening between 7 a.m. to 2 p.m. Let's get together and show the world that Guam can still come together for good on Giving Tuesday.
Uproar Race to 21 Challenge. 2020 is one year we can't wait to put in the rearview mirror. So lace up, get ready, set, and run to 21 with the Guam Rona Challenge. Join the virtual challenge starting now through December 31st. Go at your own pace and select from 100, 2, or the 300-mile challenge. To register, visit runtochallenge.com. Special thanks to KUAM Communications, Trench Challenge, and Kill Cliff. This is an Uproar event. Proceeds benefit the Special Olympics Guam. GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information. Thrive, a coalition for a drug-free Dededo, is an active partnership of community members and leaders committed to a vibrant, resilient, and empowered Dededo. It takes a village to raise healthy and drug-free youth. Thrive with us. Find us online or email thrive@westcare.com.
The Christmas Pops Virtual Marketplace is kicking off on Sunday, November 29th, showcasing local vendors, crafts, and gift-giving ideas to get your holiday shopping season going. Watch our Christmas Pops Virtual Marketplace special on Sunday, November 29th on KUAM TV 8 and Facebook Live with lots of interactive features and giveaways. Then find all the vendors featured on KUAMChristmasPops.com. The program will be encore through December on demand and on the stations of KUAM Communications. There is still time to become a vendor. Visit KUAM.com or email BettyAnn at KUAM.com to find out how. On November 29th, let's check off Christmas lists and support our local economy while doing it. The Christmas Pops Virtual Marketplace is presented by Stroll Courier. Get all your packages, documents, and gifts delivered island-wide. Visit strollguam.com/courier and book a delivery today. And Domino's. Visit Domino's.gu for faster, easier online ordering.
Our frontliners have been working tirelessly to keep us safe, and now they need your help to get our island back up and running as safely as possible. Did you know your smartphone can be one of the most powerful tools in our fight against COVID-19? That's why we're bringing you the Guam COVID Alert Exposure Notification app. This app works by letting you know if you've been exposed to someone who's positive. It's completely voluntary, and more importantly, it's completely anonymous. It does not track who you are or your location. Researchers at Oxford University have found that for every 100 to 200 downloads of the app, it can prevent 100 infections and save one life. Add your phone to the COVID fight by going to guamcovidalert.guam.gov or download it from the App Store or Google Play now. Help Guam stop COVID-19.
You're watching The Link with Chris and Sabrina on TV 11. Stick around because we're next on CBS This Morning.
We got your 6.
At 6 a.m. with The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6. All right, a little bit of Savage K there, 6:58. We're in KUAM FM and Agotni, Guam on this Tuesday. I swear to God, Landon yesterday was like, oh, it's going to be sunny and all week. Or what do you say, light showers, huh?
Yeah. Is it?
Yeah, it's drizzle for shizzle right now. For real.
Please drive safe, you guys.
Please drive safe.
Please drive safe, everybody.
No, I'm going to say drive crazy. Because we're telling you to stay home and wash your hands, and you're not doing that, so we got to use the reverse psychology.
Well, so we are adopting that. Okay.
Drive crazy, speed, slam on your brakes.
Come on now.
I'm just kidding. No, be safe, guys.
It's
Come
called
on.
sarcasm, ladies
It
and
is.
gentlemen.
I'm an expert in it. I have a PhD.
You sure do.
It's 6:59. Okay, so they're about to open the polls all over the island. And what time do the polls close?
8 p.m.
8 p.m. And this is historic, first ever. That's 2020 for you, right? What else, 2020? Is there anything else?
No, don't do that.
Knocking on wood. Knocking on wood.
Are you not entertained?
Yeah, no, we're. I don't know if
Are you
entertained.
not entertained? You know what? Have you ever noticed that one part?
I like the way you say that. Say that, Jay.
Are you not entertained? From Glad. Okay. Have you noticed that?
Are you not entertained? I did all this for you. What's going on?
Wait, is that really how I sound?
You're not entertained.
No.
That's sarcasm, Jay.
Okay, I'm sorry. Let me use my normal half a day. Welcome to KUM News Primetime. This is my middle-aged white guy voice. No, but have you noticed that
Anyway, I just hope you guys are entertained.
Have you noticed that soundbite from Gladiator? That was
Yeah.
Russell Crowe. He's like, "Are you not entertained?"
Yeah,
It
yeah,
sounds
yeah.
almost like.
Did you see how he went down a little bit?
No, and then he goes, "Is this your king?"
He's tippy-toeing when he's doing it. If we had a full cam, you guys would see.
Have you noticed that that sounds like from Black Panther?
What?
Is this your king? Is this your king?
Are you showing this?
Can you just keep the cam on him?
No, you guys never noticed the parallels between those two? I miss doing our movie podcast so much, man. Oh, man. Because
I think it's finally getting to you. Because he was like this before COVID. He didn't ever social, no interaction, whatever. And
No,
now
the
that
public never saw it,
it's the norm. Now he's just like, oh God.
You guys did a really effective job of
He's really yearning for that interaction, and he wants to do a podcast.
you guys contained the dork within, and now,
The dork. Unleash the dork.
Not the Kraken, the dork.
Hey, it's 7 o'clock. We're KUAM FM and
Is this your king? Is this your king? Hey, you know what? We should say that tomorrow. When we're going through the runoff election.
Right,
Are
yeah.
you not entertained?
Right on.
And then
Yeah.
once we have a congressional delegate elect, is this your king? Is this your king?
Are we going to the Guam Election Commission?
No, we're gonna play the anthem.
Sorry.
Oh, yeah.
And
Okay,
now
guys.
let us play our cherished, venerated Guam hymn.
Right.
Coming off that.
That's Jason Solis. Just this little part of this whole link thing that we got going on here. It's 7:01. We're KUAM FM and KUAM FM in Agotni, Guam. Please rise for the playing of our national anthem and Guam hymn. Good morning.
Ko sinya uli di sombran satan mak etzu ita saluda antes diu hum niga Radzaudzan malak estrezas durante todo memu a nogi distancia como kupugi palu zaniman malak guafi Ikonum nasugi airi prebatu la noci nai banderata gaigi pues atan fani bandera kau Esta pagua pumalapa Giluk tanu man libri Sentami ti man ko badi Fanogi chamoru politanota kantai matunonya gitoru iluga Paraiona Parai gloria a big is la Paraiona, Parai gloria, aviva islas el para. Toru y tempo y paz, paraíta, zangin na bendition. Contra peligro na vansafuam Deus proteis langom Contra peligro na vansafuam Deus proteis langom
Can you whisper in my ear? Tell me all the things that I wanna hear. Just to open my closed mind, show me the fortune I couldn't find. Would you bring me sights to see and reveal the light that's surrounding me? You make me shine in my darkest time while pulling the night out of my eyes. I said, I'll come. I said I'll come, come, so come on, it's time to stand tall. Try to rise up despite your downfall. Realize your potential and do not stop. I say don't hesitate or else you will fall. I say come on, it's time to stand tall. Try to rise up despite
Yep, come on. Hear ye, hear ye. What is it, Jay? Who will be your king?
Can you whisper in my ear?
No, I'm glad the chat room enjoyed that. That was
Yeah, at 7:10, guys, on the Tuesday, November 17th episode of The Link here, runoff election Tuesday.
Ben Scott Schiff says Jason always holds it down and then gives me the 100 holds it down or lets things completely
Jay.
go to hell.
Hey, Jay.
Let's all all four
That's
of us
it,
ready.
bro.
Let's
Yep,
do the
yep.
Wakanda forever.
Yep, that's it,
Hey,
bro.
rest in peace, Chadwick Boseman, man. You give us some amazing art.
7:10. Let's go to the Zoom room here where we have the Guam Election Commission's Elizabeth Santos standing by. Oh, wow. Look at the rainbow.
It's going to be a good day.
I
It
want to
is.
say I saw Southern High in the background, right?
Yeah, she's in Santa Rita.
Yeah, we're in Santa Rita,
Are you at Truman?
and that is Southern High across the street.
Right on. Yeah. And there's a rainbow. There's a pot of kadu at the end of the rainbow. Sabet,
There
so
are
those
yes.
voters? Are those voters?
Yes. So I'm gonna turn the camera around again.
Elizabeth Santos is at Truman Elementary, which is the polling site for Santa Rita. Sabet, Miss Maria sent me a bunch of pics this morning. You guys have been up, or did you even go to sleep last night to prep for this runoff election? Oh, Sabet?
Yes, these are. Sorry, it's really.
Yeah, it's called Santa Rita Internet. That's what it's called.
Careful there. Easy, Tiger.
No, that's just what it's called.
Right. So the polls, they officially opened just minutes ago, about 10, 11 minutes ago.
Right.
And so they'll remain open until 8 o'clock tonight. And then all the ballots will make their way over to University of Guam, Calvo Fieldhouse in Mangilao, where they will be tabulated. We're hoping that it's not going to be a long night, since it's only one race and two candidates. And so Sabet, again, is over at Truman Elementary. She's giving us a bird's eye view of what's happening as the polls just opened.
Right, just minutes ago, and it already looks like there's a little bit of a line there.
And up on screen right now, DJ Joster's got some images that we were sent from earlier this morning as the ballot boxes themselves. And for the various island precincts, there are 19 of them in total across the 22 polling stations. And these are, for those of you who don't understand, these ballot boxes, I mean, it's a coordinated effort between the Guam Police Department, the GEC. I mean, they're kept completely safe. They're taken in DPW school buses, transported by the precinct officials to the voter registrars, and then once they get there, they set them up, and then it's those same ballot boxes that throughout the day gather all the ballots that you and I fill out, and then they're transported to Election Central at UOG, and then they're tabulated there. And what we in the media do is we can tell when precincts have been properly tabulated because they stack all those boxes together, and that's kind of a way that we know. But yeah, I mean, this whole effort, I mean, it starts at like 3 a.m. and goes until, I've talked to GPD before. They're like, man, we've been working on this thing for 30 hours.
Right.
It's a detail.
It's a little different though with the COVID and all the measures and protocols that they've had to go through. I think we have Sabette again here from Truman. Elizabeth, so it kind of looked like you had a few people already there to vote.
Yes, the first voter was serviced at 7 a.m. There was a line of about 5 people before 7 waiting for the polls to open. So the first voter went in right at 7 and was out by 7:02.
Wow.
So have you in your WhatsApp chat group with your fellow GEC staffers, are they saying what are they saying about where they're located? Are they saying that the people have already started lining up?
The big thing that was going on today was making sure that we were making sure that all the ADA parking was clearly marked at all the polling sites that had an issue in the general. So we were addressing that this morning. That's where the teams went out to. We were putting cones and caution tape to make sure that everyone knows not to park there. It's just for the ADA parking. And now we are just waiting for the typical calls, like they locked the wrong side of the ballot box, or they can't find something. We had teams going out just to make sure that openings went smoothly. But for the most part, it's just the rain down here that is slowing things down. Otherwise, the precinct officials in Santa Rita are handling the morning very well. They already have some curbside voters in the curbside tent that's right here. They serviced, I think, 3 already, and they're heading out to do 1 more. It is not going up yet.
Sabette, can you kind of run through what the last day of the curbside and in-office voting was like yesterday at the GCIC building?
Curbside yesterday we serviced because we were only open 9 to 12. But the line wrapped around the block pretty much the whole time until we had a. But the longest wait time I heard when I was talking to, which we were grateful for, because an hour is a long time, but all of them were comfortable in their cars and they were okay with the wait time. And once they got to
That's how cold it is in Santa Rita right now, guys. The feet is freezing. Winter is here.
You there, Sabette?
Sorry.
No,
it's okay.
No problem. I told you,
Sorry,
Santa Rita
I'm
internet.
back.
Yeah. Sabette, what was the? Did you
I
have,
don't know what last you heard. Yes.
How many people voted at the GCIC building for the period that was open for the runoff?
In total, I don't know the exact number, but I know it was a little over 5,000.
Right.
I don't know the exact number, but we serviced quite a few.
Do you know if you guys were able to service the homebound voters, the people in quarantine, and in the isolation facility?
Yes, homebound voting has been going on. We've had the teams of nurses who have gone out to the quarantine sites. We've also had teams of nurses who go to the people who are in isolation. And then we have our GEC deputized homebound officials who are servicing just the homebound. We have like usual homebound voters, and I believe the homebound number is a little over 400. I don't have the exact numbers with me, but they serviced quite a few in the last 2 weeks. They've been busy.
Are they still doing homebound voting today?
Yes, voters are still being serviced today. I definitely know they are going to visit hospitals because that usually happens on election day. And then all the last minute calls, we were getting requests last night. And then we will also accept requests today. And so as many as we can service, we're going to service today.
Right. You guys did some training. I know Maria was telling us about some of the training you guys did with COVID and servicing COVID patients.
Yes, there were GEC staff that got trained, but we also have nurses who were deputized as homebound officials to service those like COVID positive cases who want to vote.
Right. So how many homebound voters do you think you guys are going to end up servicing today?
Man, I don't know. I know there are 4 teams going out, but I'm not sure. It really depends on the requests and where they are and things like that.
Right. How long you been with the GEC?
I've been at GEC since 2016.
So you participated in, you worked the last election?
Yes. So, you mean like the 2018 gubernatorial election? Yes.
Yep.
I can't even remember.
Sabet, what's your message out there to people who are coming out to vote today? You know, just the standard stuff. What do they got to bring? What to expect? Sabet?
Hello?
Yeah.
Sorry, it's breaking up.
No problem. Did you put foil on the antenna? Did you try that?
You can use the old Nintendo trick and everything. Like if it's wigging out and you just like
blow
turn the
the-
phone upside down, blow on it, and then you'll be good.
All right, I think we lost Sabet, but Bree, it's a black pen, right? Bring a black pen.
Yeah, bring a black pen. You must wear a mask, and of course, bring your ID.
All right. there
And
you
this
go.
time, let's not make the mistake because they were telling us the GEC was in the general election that they said a substantial number of voters. You know, there's that little oval that you have to fill out, and a lot of people were making check boxes. They were putting X's through it and everything like that. Please use the pen and just shade it. That's the way to get it done.
And again, black.
Yeah, your vote is basically you've wasted your time if you go in there and you don't fill up the ballot
Yeah.
the correct way.
No check marks, no X's, just fill in the hole.
And again, more than 5,000 people have already voted. I think she said 400. They serviced 400 homebound voters. They're still going to be servicing homebound voters today,
Right.
And at the hospital.
And as per Guam law, like everybody in the private and public sectors is to be given 2 hours to vote.
Right.
Yeah.
Right on.
Yeah, that's Guam law.
Do we want to try and close it out with Sabet? Sabet, can you hear us now? Okay. Right on. 721. That's what's going on there in Santa Rita. That was Truman Elementary polling site for the village of Santa Rita. As it starts to, looks like it's going to rain up here in the north. So, be safe. You got 2 hours to go vote. Unless you got all day. All right. Polls close at 8, and we'll be providing hourly updates. Go ahead.
We'll be providing updates as they come in tonight, live from Guam Election Commission's Tabulation Center at the UOG Calvo Fieldhouse in Manguilao. Adriana Cotero and Jacob Sibilan. They'll be there all night and throughout the morning.
Interesting comment here from in the chat room from Bev Tess J Salas, who always joins us every day, and we really appreciate it, Prima. I know this question is so left field, not at all, but does anyone know if GDOE has classes today? It is like I mean, I brought this up yesterday. And I was like, is it a GovGuam holiday just because it's another election day? We haven't heard anything.
No, I don't believe it's a GovGuam holiday.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
not
so
a GovGuam holiday.
GDOE, it should be like a regular virtual class day.
Right.
Yeah, because Chris, your kids have class today, right?
Yeah, every day.
Yep. That's a good question. I mean, certainly you're not the only person who's thinking of that. So, if you guys have any questions about what's going on today, we got a lot of friends who are saying, what's up with the weather? They're saying NCS is very there's a
rainy.
big downpour there right now.
Mary Rojas, beautiful intro. Thank you, KUAM. Yeah, that's our anthem montage here. We have, that's the late Uncle Tote, who sang the Star Spangled Banner in Chamorro, and then we had Annette Nungef Pago do the Guam hymn. and that was followed by Guma Asuratsun Lati with the Sina performance.
And if you guys want that, then, you can use it, in your own productions. You can make it your ringtone. You can have it be, when you get a new Zoom invite and everything like that. We put those all up. They're open source, so you can check out our YouTube channel at youtube.com/KUAM News. And we've made all 3 versions now. We're up to 3. We change it up every couple of months, but we have made these free for you guys to use. So, it's our beloved Guam hymn, it's the national anthem, and it's Sina, which everybody loves. So, please feel free to use it.
Right.
Yeah, and if you'd like to perform the Guam hymn or the Sina and like us to stream it on our show, just DM us and send it over.
Right on. Let's go into the Zoom room where we have Sean Gumatauta here, because we had we're started the show by talking about debating, and Bree. So I got a note here for the Madeline did debate Joe Atta.
Okay.
Madeline did not debate Felix. There was a EOG forum with Tony Babauta, Margaret Metcalf, Felix Camacho, and Madeline Berdallo. That was in 2016. Hey, but let's bring Sean Gumatauta on, I think he's on his way to work. Sean, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hey, eyes on the road, buddy. Hands on 10 and 2.
Yeah, I'm gonna pull over at some point. No, my wife Trish and I, we just left the Talapoco polling site. We just voted, and just about to start our day. But let me go ahead and do it now while we can. You can see, all done.
Nice.
Hey. What was it like at the polling site? Was it pretty in and out?
Yeah, actually, it was a little rough because obviously we vote in Talapoco, so it just opened up, and so I'm pulling over here. It had just opened up, and so there was a couple of people that were a little bit like wondering why it was so slow, but otherwise it was pretty smooth. It was pretty smooth in Talapoco for sure.
Were there a lot of people?
Did I lose you?
No, you're there. Was there a lot of people?
Honestly, there was. Oh, sorry. Yeah, there wasn't very many people there. I would tell you that the line was small, kind of similar to not even similar to Election Day in Talapoco. There was a couple cars in the drive-through kind of doing their thing. But when I walked out after I cast my vote, it was pretty much one person in line behind me or outside, so it was really, really slow, and no one driving in.
Sean, what I thought was interesting was the number of people who came out to vote early. It was like over 5,000 in just a week, right? So I'm thinking either these people are trying to make a statement one way. I mean, they are making a statement one way or another. What did you make of that? This race was so hot in the general, and to see that involvement and engagement carry over into this runoff.
Thought was, with the 51 or 52% voter turnout, we were saying on election night, and I've been saying it for a while, that we should be really concerned about the low number. And then to see 5,000 folks, and I drove by the GEC a couple times over the last couple days, and it was pretty wild to see cars just draped into Anigua. And so it was encouraging knowing that people were going to take the time to do the drive-in. In fact, on a couple of different chats, it was like, hey, there's nobody, just go and walk up, park and walk in. But there were still tons of cars. I think people are wanting those folks that are always participating, that they are participating by driving up at least the first 5,000.
Right.
But it remains to be seen how that will translate today. Like I said, and when we were saying on election night, what drove people to come and vote was at its best, the grassroots effort. Today, we saw for less than a week, both Bob Underwood and Mike Simic was trying to get their vote out. How effective? I think we'll be talking about it this time tomorrow.
Do you think this is one of the most heated elections we've seen?
Absolutely not. I think it's been lukewarm
in
comparison to past elections. I think you might get a lot of grumbling. Yeah, you got the traditional ads that were going out talking about the record. Yeah, but heated wise, I mean, if you listen to the delegate across other platforms except for KUAM, he seems super confident. And I would honestly, in some cases, seems overconfident.
Right.
But he was talking about, I'm doing this for you. If you give me a chance, I'll do this. If you give me a chance. But, that was, I think when you look at it, I don't know whoever's handling him, or maybe even himself, thinks that is absolutely the road that's going to reach the people that are going to vote again. There are people listening to this station right now. They were looking at press releases from both parties. Is it enough to move the needle to gain us a little back over 51 or 52%? I think there was a lot of pessimism by the Election Commission and even some of our other friends who are also pundits about we're not going to eclipse the 51%. But it goes back to the argument on election night. When we purged votes, then you got the vote out. You got the highest ever amount of people to register to come up really short on election day. I'm floored. And it's some of the said, calling me on the side, or WhatsApp me, oh, Sean, it's probably the COVID.
Yeah.
So then how did you guys go and register between before and during COVID, but you didn't vote? So I'm hoping people are listening right now to me, and I know my 2 cents means absolutely nothing. But if you're going to register, man, get out there and vote.
Follow through, right?
Get yourself one of these bad boys when you're done, and I don't know what you want to do with it, but do it and go get this done. And I mean, it's an unprecedented runoff, and just got to go do it and take care of this whole cycle, and then we'll spend the next maybe a year unpacking it to see exactly what we all need to do to make this a process even better for everyone.
What are you feeling, though, Sean? Do you think that St. Nicholas's people who obviously they came out in the general, I mean, he had a pretty big lead over Underwood. Do you think that these 5,000 people coming out to vote are those Mike's people or those people who don't like Mike?
Well, again, we have to remember what brought them to the polling places in the first place. It was basically down ballot elections, mayor races, CCU, about the policy board. Those folks also bring people to be a part of the process. So yes, but when you start to see that number, again, you have to be more concerned about why people spent the inordinate amount of time to get 55,000 people to register and then go goose eggs for the most part on election day. I don't know. I don't understand. I'm trying to understand it. And maybe as you guys, we talked about, we've been at this a while, and maybe we're missing something. Because I don't think it's the internet that's going to cast a vote. Because, when there's followers from Facebook, it could be in Bangor, Maine, or they might be part of your call in the morning when you're saying, hey, off the day from Las Vegas. Right. Those guys aren't voting in Guam. The electorate on Guam are probably the most active folks, maybe about 25 or 30,000 active folks, but you didn't see them per se. It didn't translate, or might have translated to the polls, but there was new voters. I mean, come on. I mean, why are we not concerned? I think you guys would be, but across other platforms and other stations and other media, no one's talking about this turnout and how concerned they should be. It's just like, oh, it's probably coughed it up to COVID. Cough, cough, cough. No, it's not. It's something else.
What do you think about Will Castro coming out on Facebook, throwing his support behind Underwood? Do you think that's really going to make a difference?
I think it will. I think and everywhere all of my contacts in the party were all like, thinking, is this would this be a good idea? What does that mean for Will down the road? But I would say, as a statesman that he is, and a politician who really understands kind of the complexion of the race. When Bob Underwood knocked on his door and they sat in the back of their back kitchen, it was a done deal as soon as he came by himself. In the years I've been involved in these things and understand that whole knock on the door after that engagement, it's enough to rally people to say, hey, listen, this guy's got a level of class that, you know, we wouldn't have expected in this kind of type of election. And he knocked on the door.
Yeah.
They sat and talked. They talked about the issues, and then they had a picture, and that said a lot. And I think his supporters are gonna go with him. I think, as one of my friends said, another Republican, I'm voting for a Democrat today. That's what a lot of Republicans are saying today. They're voting for a Democrat.
Just,
whether or not who it is,
yeah, that's
we're
right.
hoping that they're all going to be active today.
Which
and they're
Democrat?
gonna vote.
Because I mean, on our election night, it seemed really hard pressed for Juan Carlos
Hey, man,
Benitez to say something.
That was a delayed reaction there, Chris. I thought you were going to get a chuckle earlier.
Yeah, no, that's definitely funny. But it was just interesting, and
Juan Carlos Benitez said on election night.
on the general election, it was like Juan Carlos couldn't say a good thing about Will Castro. It's just kind of bizarre, this relationship between San Nicolas and the Republicans, and like, you know, Will, who was the Republican candidate, ended up a lot of times seeming like the man caught in the middle. You know what I mean? And then we had Tony Atta, the Republican Party chair, on yesterday, and he really downplayed it. He said, "Oh yeah, Will Castro voted for him personally," or something like that.
How we started this conversation, you were talking about whether or not you should debate and the like, and yes, the community deserves to hear from me. Would I have agreed with some of Bob Underwood's things if I'm not, and to try to show there's a difference in that consideration. If it's so similar, then obviously folks might go, okay, well, maybe I'll vote for the more experienced guy or whatever they might choose. Right. But it's that contrast. I don't know tactically if that was just maybe an error, but again, it goes back to this idea that we have to spend time in front of guys like Sabrina and Chris and the KUAM group to understand the issues. It's interesting how that the candidates, they can get across other platforms, and one candidate in particular, but to be in front of you guys, you're not so scary. You guys ask great questions. I think there's and the people that are listening today are the same people that were listening to you over the entire part of the COVID, and you guys have really shook up Talk Radio in the morning. I would think that it was a huge benefit to be on this program right now and talking about, hey, vote for me. If not, you're really missing quite a bit of people.
Yeah, I mean, we would love to have Congressman San Nicolas on, and he's actually the only candidate who refuses to engage out of all, I mean, senatorial, mayoral, gubernatorial, everybody else has no problem coming on. And I think it's interesting. You're right. We're not the big bad wolf. I mean, yeah, we're going to ask the questions that need to be asked, but get over it. You know, we ask the same questions of a lot of people, and they get over it because we all live together. I mean, this idea that we're somehow rabid dogs off the chain or just, you know, want to sick, it's ridiculous, really, frankly. I'm the nicest guy.
or maybe, well, yeah, but or maybe I thought Chris and Sabrina would be in the next cycle that we get all the groups together, the Daily Posts of the world, the PDNs, the Sorensens, and we get everybody back and say, you know what, we're all going to do one together. And if you, you know, now it's really hard to ignore. And I organized some of those before somewhere in my past, as you guys probably recall. It can happen. There'll be more people watching. I think there's going to be a chance for us to use those as, hey, here's my email. We're going to do some separate ones, but maybe we got to bring it back and get all of the groups together, and then there can't be any real excuse. If you don't show up, really, it's kind of like you've missed a huge opportunity to share your message with the people who want.
Well, Sean, we're looking forward to getting you on the recap show tomorrow morning. Clear your schedule.
Yeah. Hey, I'm going to be on before my class at UOG. It's that it's speech number 2 day. So if they're listening, they're hopefully prepping for their speech. So right. I'll be on as long as I can be.
Right on. Thanks, Sean.
All right, guys. Have a great day, and I'll keep on listening. If you miss the link, you miss a lot.
There you go. I like that. my man.
Thanks, Sean.
Sean Gumatato, he's going to be on our recap show for the election. That's happening tomorrow morning. We'll start at 6 with the link, right? So we're hoping that the results will be in by then, and we'll have a whole bunch of election to talk about tomorrow morning.
I asked Maria
Go ahead. Go ahead, Jay.
one time.
Go
I
ahead.
kind of took a page from your comedy playbook, and I said, Maria, is there a patron saint of expedited vote tabulations? And she actually said, do you remember who it was, Bree? Because I know we were in the same Zoom meeting with that.
I'm sorry. Were you asking the question?
Yeah, I was.
No, I don't remember.
Yeah, sorry.
I think it was actually
I'm just kidding.
Thomas Aquinas.
No, I don't remember.
Was it St. Thomas?
Yeah, I believe
yeah.
it's the
There's
same.
a saint for everything, man.
Yeah, because it was Aquinas is the patron saint of
Because he's
students.
the smart saint, right?
Yeah,
St.
so
Thomas?
of organization and of getting things done. So
I would just go with Santa Maria Carmelin.
Oh, there
It's
you-
like my go-to. She's the patroness saint of just ultimate go-to.
Yeah, but
when in doubt, Santa Maria Carmelin it out. Viva Santa Maria Carmelin!
Viva! When you guys are praying today, throw a few upstairs to the hardworking folks at the
Throw it
GEC
up there.
and
Throw it up to
everyone who
God.
volunteered to help out with the election.
Amen. Viva Santa Maria Carmelin.
Light a candle for the GEC, man. They're working hard for you.
Really light a candle. Go buy one and light one up, okay? 7:39. We'll take a break. And we're coming back with, man, this guy, talk about hot seat. I mean, COVID Central, Department of Corrections, Director Joe, Department of COVID. Don't say that, guys.
Who said that?
Come on, Bree. Don't be saying that
I
stuff.
didn't say that.
Oh.
It's 7:39. We're back.
You got tricks, huh?
We're coming back with more of the link on the Zoom. Please watch the road out there, guys. It's very Palaxi to the Maxi. All right? With the rain that's coming down, please drive safe. Okay, 7:40. We're back with more next. Good morning, Guam.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
The holidays are almost here, and we could all use an extra dose of cheer and joy this year. So, we're breaking the rules and giving you a holiday head start on Breeze 93.9 FM. Throughout the months of October and November, listen to the special holiday head start blocks of all the season's favorites from 2 p.m. to 3 p.m. and again from 8 p.m. to 9 p.m. Let's try to make spirits bright and make this the most wonderful time of the year. Happy holidays from Breeze. Holiday Head Start is brought to you by Marianas Coating, specializing in roof repair and more. Call 483-3967 for more information.
How today, the KUM Care Force is calling upon our island community to come together for Giving Tuesday on December 1st for a safe way to help take care of our island family.
On Tuesday, December 1st, stop through our parking lot in Harmon for a donation drive-through.
We're helping the Salvation Army's holiday campaign. You can drop off your non-perishable food items and gifts for kids and teens to our curbside attendants so we can help ensure your safety.
We'll have holiday entertainment while you wait, refreshments, and other goodies for donors.
And the link will be live on location.
So you can be part of the show.
It's all happening between 7 a.m. to 2 p.m. Let's get together and show the world that Guam can still come together for good on Giving Tuesday.
Uproar Race to 21 Challenge. 2020 is 1 year we can't wait to put in the rearview mirror. So lace up, get ready, set, and run to 21 with the Guam Rona Challenge. Join the virtual challenge starting now through December 31st. Go at your own pace and select from 100, 2, or the 300-mile challenge. To register, visit runtochallenge.com. Special thanks to KUAM Communications, Trench Challenge, and Kill Cliff. This is an Uproar event. Proceeds benefit the Special Olympics Guam. Thrive, a coalition for a drug-free Dedido, is an active partnership of community members and leaders committed to a vibrant, resilient, and empowered Dedido. It takes a village to raise healthy and drug-free youth. Thrive with us. Find us online or email thrive@westcare.com.
Christmas Pops virtual marketplace is kicking off on Sunday, November 29th, showcasing local vendors, crafts, and gift-giving ideas to get your holiday shopping season going. Watch our Christmas Pops virtual marketplace special on Sunday, November 29th on KUAM TV 8 and Facebook Live with lots of interactive features and giveaways. Then find all the vendors featured on KUAMChristmasPops.com. The program will be encore through December on demand and on the stations of KUAM Communications. There is still time to become a vendor. Visit KUAM.com or email BettyAnn at KUAM.com to find out how. On November 29th, let's check off Christmas lists and support our local economy while doing it. The Christmas Pops Virtual Marketplace is presented by Stroll Courier. Get all your packages, documents, and gifts delivered island-wide. Visit strollguam.com/courier and book a delivery today. And Domino's. Visit Domino's.gu for faster, easier online ordering.
These are some of the signs that someone is thinking about suicide. Talking about wanting to die, excessive guilt or shame, and feeling like a burden to others. Feeling empty, hopeless, trapped, or having no reason to live. Feeling extremely sad, anxious, agitated, or full of rage with unbearable emotional or physical pain. Other signs include changing behavior, such as making a plan or researching ways to die, withdrawing from friends or saying goodbye, giving away important items or making a will, taking dangerous risks such as driving extremely fast, displaying extreme mood swings, eating or sleeping more or less, and using drugs or alcohol more often. If you or someone you know is showing these warning signs, get help as soon as possible. Call Guam Behavioral Health and Wellness Center's crisis hotline at 647-8833 or 4.
Half a day. My name is Chimamba Kwem, Tuberculosis Enhancing Disease Program Manager for the Department of Public Health. As Guam continues to deliver critical services during this unprecedented time, we must do everything in our power to protect the health and safety of our people. Continue to encourage wearing a face covering, practice social distancing and washing hands. These practices are becoming especially important as we begin to reopen our great island. Prevention saves life. For more information, please call 311 or check out our website at dphss.guam.gov.
You're watching The Link with Chris and Sabrina on TV 11, but don't leave yet because we're coming up next on CBS This Morning.
Minutes into this runoff election here for Washington delegate. It is a runoff election Tuesday. Good morning, November 17th. My name's Chris.
I'm Sabrina.
Yes, you are. That's Jason over there. And in the KUAM News Zoom room, we have the director of the Department of Corrections, Joe Carbolito. Joe, thanks for joining us. Good morning.
Good morning. Morning, Chris. Good morning, Sabrina.
Good morning.
Did you have a chance to go vote yet?
I did early voting.
Oh, nice. Oh, good. Okay. So, Joe, I guess we'll just go ahead and give you the floor. What's the latest with COVID at the island's prison?
Yeah, so the latest is we retested our post-9. That consisted of 9 prisoners, and we added 10 of our employees to that list just to retest. And the results are, out of the 9 prisoners, 7 tested positive. So 7 more. And then we had 2 employees out of the 10 that tested positive.
And Joe, so these inmates or detainees?
Inmates.
These inmates, they were tested when? Last week?
Yesterday.
Yes. No, when they were tested the first time.
Oh, the first time, Friday, I believe, was
right. And so this is something we talked about the window for testing with the COVID, right? That you could be negative, but actually be positive. And so they started exhibiting symptoms when? Over the weekend?
That's correct. They started showing symptoms. So our medical staff, like I said earlier, they closely monitor the inmates and detainees that tested positive on those areas, those different posts. And when they started showing symptoms at post 9, that's when we decided to go ahead and set up another retesting with public health's blessings.
Anything new? Any other inmates have to be retested, or detainees, or employees?
No, not that I'm aware of. It was just post 9 that started showing symptoms, and maybe a couple more that, as you guys already know, two were transported to the hospital. Those were also being closely monitored that showed symptoms over the weekend and yesterday. So those inmates are from post 7, which is our isolation facility, and post 16, one from each.
What kind of symptoms were they exhibiting?
I'm not too sure. I'm not aware of what the symptoms were. I just knew that our medical staff made that assessment and determination that they needed to be transported to the hospital for further medical assessment or treatment.
What's the status with the isolating of the COVID positive inmates and detainees? Do you have the total number of that, Joe?
So right now with the 7 additional prisoners, it actually went up to, because previously we had 93. So with the 7, it became 100. But you take away the 2 that were released just recently. We had 2 prisoners that were released. One was an overnighter that tested positive down at the Hagåtña Detention Facility when we were testing down there. That was in coordination with the AG's office. He was released that same day, and then as an overnighter, and then the other one that was up in post 7 was released because he had already fulfilled his sentence. He only had he was serving a 1-year sentence for a nonviolent offense, and his release date, coincidentally, came about. So he's one of the lucky ones.
You said one was released, the 2 that were released. There was a media release, I want to say a couple of days ago, where I think it was a detainee that was allowed to go to the government isolation facility. Is that one of them?
Correct. Yes. Both that were released over to the quarantine, the government quarantine facility.
And so because they were released from DOC custody, they don't need to have officers watching them over at the Guam isolation facility?
That's correct.
Okay.
That's correct.
Okay. So again, what the total, is it 100?
We're 98 now.
Okay, so it's
minus
90.
the 2 that were
Okay.
released. Yeah.
And the total of officers?
We have 46 because we had 2 additional employees, 1 officer and 1 civilian staff that was positive yesterday when we retested.
And where are you with staffing?
Okay, we discussed this and I said that some of the staff were already slowly coming back to work, and as we speak now, more are continuing to come back to work this week. So we have already we're down from 54 to 22 that are still quarantined. So most of that staff that were under quarantine status have returned to work, beginning last week and then this week.
Mm-hmm. So
all of our recruits are back already. We have 15 recruits and they're all back to work.
So, I'm sorry. So how many are still quarantined? The
22.
Okay, so the 22 plus the 46 that are in isolation as a result
That's
of...
correct.
Okay.
That's correct.
How's your facility over there?
Not all of those are officers, the 46. as I mentioned, some of those are civilian
Employees,
staff
yeah.
and civilian employees, and most of those employees that were just quarantined with an abundance of caution, of course, again, just possibly being exposed. They came back already after being cleared.
Are any more inmates hospitalized, or is it just the two that you told us about yesterday?
Just the two.
Just the two.
That I'm aware of, yes.
Are you aware of any officers or civilian staff that have had to be hospitalized?
Yes, I think there were two that I'm aware of. One officer and one civilian staff.
I think you told us also yesterday that a procurement was approved for renovations to the dome.
Yes.
Okay, can you bring us up to speed with what's happening now?
So that already went through the procurement process, and when you talk about government procurement, it always takes a while, but this was pushed through. Of course, there was an immediate need for this, so without of course, cutting through the red tape, we had it just sped up a little bit more, and it was recently approved, and now we're working with DPW to get that dome up and running. So the air conditioning unit, which required a 10-ton unit, is supposed to be replaced. So everything should be replaced there as far as the air conditioning unit. And then we're working with a container to modify restrooms and showers. That's going to be constructed right outside the dome for that facility.
When is the target that you are hoping that all of these renovations will be completed?
It's just going to be dependent on public works, whose engineers are working diligently, and I really thank them for their hard work in coming out and constantly working with us on this, making the assessment and pushing it through. So I'm hoping within the next week or so.
How much is it going to cost?
Altogether, the procurement request that we submitted for both Post 16 and the dome, somewhere around 100,000, over 100,000.
What's Post 16 going to be used for? Also isolation?
Yes. Remember, we have 70 that are being isolated in there from the testing. So the air conditioning unit is being upgraded there.
I know we kind of I asked about this before, but are there any plans to, I guess, professionally sanitize or disinfect any of the posts over at DOC?
We're working again. We submitted, and that's being pushed through again. We submitted for one of those equipment, the spray with the chemical, to do on our own. So that's been submitted through the CARES Act funding also, and we're waiting for that to move through. So we're going to be doing our own, because the fact that we can't have anyone just come in here and do the overnight spraying and disinfecting. We pretty much have to do our own. So we're going to do it, section by section, with security measures taken into consideration.
What about the discussions about early release for inmates at DOC to try and lessen the population?
Yes, so like I mentioned, the list already of eligibles have been submitted to our legal office at Adelup, and they're taking a look at that to see, who or how many out of that list will be considered early release from the parole eligibles to probation, due to lesser offense crimes. But the other avenue that we're working on is testing at the front end, right? Those new arrestees that come in on a daily basis. We're trying to really cut that number, and I've put in a stricter measure. I've talked to both public health and GPD, and we're going to be meeting later on today in a Zoom meeting, discussing the testing particulars. So we requested for a test machine, right? One of those Abbott test machines that's pretty fast, as far as producing results. So we can test as these new arrest confinements are coming in from GPD. We had incidents where a couple of those arrest confinements from GPD that came in were positive, and we didn't find out until, later on when they were being magistrated. So we're going to work together and see, because I don't know how long it's going to take for my request for the test machine, the Abbott test machine, to be delivered from public health side. And then the other side here is with GPD right now. I told them that I think in the interim we can work on trying to get with GMH to test them right off the bat, transport them to GMH and then down to Hagåtña facility, Hagåtña detention facility for confinement after they've tested and are cleared. So those discussions are ongoing today.
But the current process is that when you have an arrestee, they're quarantined.
That's correct. They're currently quarantined at our quarantine area here.
Mm-hmm.
But just the fact that they're still coming in to the facility, I'm not comfortable with that. I haven't been comfortable with that. But sometimes we don't have a choice. We don't have the capability to test right now, and we're trying to work with what we have again.
Right.
The governor actually mentioned that from the very get-go. We both agreed that testing is needed, and she supported that concept. However, that never materialized.
Yeah, I remember when we spoke with Antone over a month ago, I think, when they first did the first round of testing way back of your officers, and he was mentioning that there were those discussions to get a machine over there to DOC. So now here we are, still kind of
Yes.
talking about it, but now the need is quite evident.
Yes.
How's the morale over there? Because you have your officers that are working, it would seem, more than 12-hour shifts. And just
the schedule, we're on an emergency schedule, right? So we've some are working longer hours than others, right? They come in on their days off, and we're just at that point where we have no choice but to work with what we have. And I've tried to pass the message out to our employees that we just need to work together as a team and hopefully get through this together. It's not going to be forever. Well, I don't know how long the pandemic's going to, could be months or years, right? But at least the predicament that we're in right now, as we stand currently, everyone that's been affected or infected, is bound to get over it, right? And hopefully we start to get them back, to work. And those that are quarantined are already coming back to work. And we're not going to be in this schedule for, for that much longer. I'm hoping that our scheduling gets back to normal as far as our workforce.
And you guys, you stood up a information center, correct, for families and relatives?
Yes, that's correct.
Mm-hmm. Is there...
So those family members that have concerns, only because we were having a lot of calls, we were getting an influx of calls, and they were going to the front office, to senators, to me. My phone was, ringing off the hook, about concerns. So we decided to come up with this information center, through our social workers are now monitoring that and filtering the calls, taking the calls and answering questions from family that, or whoever it may be, friends that are concerned about their loved ones incarcerated.
Can I go back to Post 7 and how there were inmates that had to be retested? Were there any inmates previously that were positive from Post 7?
You mean Post 9?
I mean...
That was retested.
Oh, Post 9, yeah, Post 9.
Yeah.
Was anybody
negative? They were negative the first time around.
So...
They developed symptoms over the weekend, and because we were closely monitoring, our medical staff closely monitors those that are positive from the different posts. And when they started developing symptoms, it was recommended to me that they be retested. So in consultation with public health, we decided to go ahead and retest.
How many are in Post 9 total?
9.
There's a total.
That's our minimum out. That's the minimum security inmates that are there. Those are the ones that are like within a year of their sentence, getting ready to be released.
Are these the ones that are a part of the list?
They probably are. I don't know specifically because I didn't see all the names that are on that list. I was just looking at numbers.
Yeah. How concerning is it, though, for you to know that you had a clean post and now it's hot? I mean...
with this pandemic, it can just turn, a completely different direction. From good to bad, and in a matter of, hours or days. So it's just so unpredictable. And so I never really, think about it that much.
Mm-hmm.
I just take it as the data comes in, and I try to run with the data. I don't make assumptions on what I believe could happen or on a day-to-day basis, because anything can happen, with this pandemic. It's just so unpredictable. Right. So I just take the information, the factual information, and I run with it, and make my decisions based on the facts that's presented to me.
Thanks, Joe. I saw you guys had stood up a line for families to call in to check on the status of their loved ones inside the prison. Can you give that number?
I don't have that number, but I can text it to you
okay.
Later on. I don't have it with me available.
Thank you, Joe. Appreciate it.
I know. Sure, no problem.
Appreciate your time. You good?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks, Joe.
Thanks, Joe. Okay.
Thank
Keep
you.
us posted.
Right.
Okay. It's 8:07. We're KUAM FM in Hagåtña, Guam. To our viewers on KUAM TV, thank you guys so much. There's a whole day of great programming on the way right where you're at, or you can come over here. Come on in. The water's fine. We lit a fire because it's a rainy day in our Link studios.
And that number is 734-4016. That's the number for DOC's Information Center.
All right, on. You guys can come over to our KUAM News Facebook Live, where it's 8:08, and we'll continue with this episode of The Link next. To our viewers in KUAM TV, My name's Chris.
I'm Sabrina.
Esta Adios. Quick break and come back with more of The Link right here on The Breeze. Good morning, Guam.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information. Uproar Race to 21 Challenge. 2020 is 1 year we can't wait to put in the rearview mirror. So lace up, get ready, set, and run to 21 with the Guam Rona Challenge. Join the virtual challenge starting now through December 31st. Go at your own pace and select from 100, 2, or the 300-mile challenge. To register, visit runtochallenge.com. Special thanks to KUAM Communications, Trench Challenge, and Kill Cliff. This is an Uproar event. Proceeds benefit the Special Olympics Guam.
The holidays are almost here, and we could all use an extra dose of cheer and joy this year. So, we're breaking the rules and giving you a holiday head start on Breeze 93.9 FM. Throughout the months of October and November, listen to the special holiday head start blocks of all the season's favorites from 2 p.m. to 3 p.m. and again from 8 p.m. to 9 p.m. Let's try to make spirits bright and make this the most wonderful time of the year. Happy holidays from Breeze. Holiday Head Start is brought to you by Marianas Coating, specializing in roof repair and more. Call 483-3967 for more information.
Of the day, the KUAM Care Force is calling upon our island community to come together for Giving Tuesday on December 1st for a safe way to help take care of our island family.
On Tuesday, December 1st, stop through our parking lot in Harmon for a donation drive-through.
We're helping the Salvation Army's holiday campaign. You can drop off your non-perishable food items and gifts for kids and teens to our curbside attendants so we can help ensure your safety.
We'll have holiday entertainment while you wait, refreshments, and other goodies for donors.
And the link will be live on location.
So you can be part of the show.
It's all happening between 7 a.m. to 2 p.m. Let's get together and show the world that Guam can still come together for good on Giving Tuesday.
The holidays are almost here, and we could all use an extra dose of cheer and joy this year. So, we're breaking the rules and giving you a holiday head start on Breeze 93.9 FM. Throughout the months of October and November, listen to the special holiday head start blocks of all the season's favorites from 2 p.m. to 3 p.m. and again from 8 p.m. to 9 p.m. Let's try to make spirits bright and make this the most wonderful time of the year. Happy holidays from Breeze. Holiday Head Start is brought to you by Marianas Coating, specializing in roof repair and more. Call 483-3967 for more information.
Uproar Race to 21 Challenge. 2020 is 1 year we can't wait to put in the rearview mirror. So lace up, get ready, set, and run to 21 with the Guam Rona Challenge. Join the virtual challenge starting now through December 31st. Go at your own pace and select from 100, 2, or the 300-mile challenge. To register, visit runtochallenge.com. Special thanks to KUAM Communications, Trench Challenge, and Kill Cliff. This is an Uproar event. Proceeds benefit the Special Olympics Guam. Thrive, a coalition for a drug-free Dedido, is an active partnership of community members and leaders committed to a vibrant, resilient, and empowered Dedido. It takes a village to raise healthy and drug-free youth. Thrive with us. Find us online or email thrive@westcare.com.
Christmas Pops Virtual Marketplace is kicking off on Sunday, November 29th, showcasing local vendors, crafts, and gift-giving ideas to get your holiday shopping season going. Watch our Christmas Pops Virtual Marketplace special on Sunday, November 29th on KUAM TV8 and Facebook Live with lots of interactive features and giveaways. Then find all the vendors featured on KUAMChristmasPops.com. The program will be encore through December on demand and on the stations of KUAM Communications. There is still time to become a vendor. Visit KUAM.com or email BettyAnn@KUAM.com to find out how. On November 29th, let's check off Christmas lists and support our local economy while doing it. The Christmas Pops Virtual Marketplace is presented by Stroll Courier. Get all your packages, documents, and gifts delivered island-wide. Visit strollguam.com/courier and book a delivery today. And Domino's. Visit Domino's.gu for faster, easier online ordering.
Our frontliners have been working tirelessly to keep us safe, and now they need your help to get our island back up and running as safely as possible. Did you know your smartphone can be one of the most powerful tools in our fight against COVID-19? That's why we're bringing you the Guam COVID Alert Exposure Notification app. This app works by letting you know if you've been exposed to someone who's positive. It's completely voluntary, and more importantly, it's completely anonymous. It does not track who you are or your location. Researchers at Oxford University have found that for every 100 to 200 downloads of the app, it can prevent 100 infections and save one life. Add your phone to the COVID fight by going to guamcovidalert.guam.gov or download it from the App Store or Google Play now. Help Guam stop COVID-19.
The holidays are almost here, and we could all use an extra dose of cheer and joy this year. So, we're breaking the rules and giving you a holiday head start on Breeze 93.9 FM. Throughout the months of October and November, listen to the special holiday head start blocks of all the season's favorites from 2 p.m. to 3 p.m. and again from 8 p.m. to 9 p.m. Let's try to make spirits bright and make this the most wonderful time of the year. Happy holidays from Breeze. Holiday Head Start is brought to you by Marianas Coating, specializing in roof repair and more. Call 483-3967 for more information.
Hafa-day. My name is Margarita Gay. I'm a registered nurse at the Department of Public Health and Social Service. The Centers of Disease Control recommends wearing cloth face covering in public places. Don't let your guard down. Prevention saves lives. For more information, please call 311 or check out our website at www.dphss.guam.gov.
Sa panahon ng pandemya ng COVID-19, kailangan ng kooperasyon ng bawat isa. Kailangan natin mapanatiling malakas ang katawan at sumunod sa mga alituntunin ng gobyerno para ligtas ang lahat. Ang distansyang 6 feet bawat isa ay laging susundin, lalo na sa mga pagtitipon. Panatiling magsuot ng face mask sa labas ng bahay, lalo na sa mga pampublikong lugar. Maghugas ng mga kamay gamit ang sabon sa loob ng 20 seconds. Kung walang tubig at sabon, gumamit ng hand sanitizer na hindi bababa ng 60% alkohol. Maglinis at magdisinfekta ng mga madalas na hinahawakan. Iwasang hawakan ng mukha mo. Manatili sa bahay kung may sakit. Tulungan na mabawasan ang paglaganap ng COVID-19 sa pamamagitan ng pag-download ng Guam COVID Alert app sa App Store o Google Play. Protektahan ang sarili, ang iyong mga mahal sa buhay at ang mga mamamayan. Ang pag-iwas ay nakapagliligtas ng buhay. Para sa karagdagang impormasyon, mangyaring makipag-ugnayan sa 311 o bisitahan ang aming website sa DPHSS.
We got your 6
at 6 a.m. with the link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6. Hey, Chris and Christy Cruz and Alohan in the house. Bring it on home. That's the old Sam Cooke.
If there's one thing I really love about when Chamorro artists, like, you know, they do covers or they reimagine, as we call it now, like songs and everything like that, it's especially when males and females, they do like that harmony. It's such a distinctive sound.
Right, yeah.
It's so good.
Good stuff. Hey, it's brought to you by Burger King, where they proudly present a local artist and song that I get to pick. Thank you. And I picked that one, Bring It On Home to Me.
Good choice, bro.
There's a few different Chamorro versions of that. I know the Castro Boys do a good one, too. But this is Chris and Christy. They, you remember that group Un Minute? There's a group from Inaran, which is my classmate Chris. Anyway, so that's their relatives, all right, close relatives. So there you go. Inaran in the house. Good morning. It's 8:19. The Link on the Breeze 93.9, proudly brought to you by Dal Rent-A-Own. Cabo Select Care, where federal employees and annuitants, it's the 2020 federal benefits open season. Enroll now until December 14th, 2020. Call 477-9808 for more info. Also brought to you by IT&E, the Thrive Coalition, Burger King, Carrier at 647-COOL, and Calvo Enterprises. 8:20 now. Let's jump right into the KUAM News Zoom room on this historic runoff election for Washington Delegate Day. I never thought I would say those words out loud, Lieutenant Governor, but here we are on a Tuesday. Let's welcome to the show Lieutenant Governor Josh Tenorio. Good morning, LT.
Good morning, Chris, and good morning, Sabrina.
Good morning.
I guess we'll just start there. You have a message to the people of Guam on this runoff election Tuesday.
Yes, please vote. This probably it's a historic runoff election, but it's likely also to be the lowest turnout ever expected given the pandemic and given that this is a single race election. But it is very important, and I'm hopeful that the people of Guam will come out. The Election Commission, I have to say, does a very good job keeping everybody safe. I voted on Saturday and still very impressed with all of that they're doing. But it's in critical time. There's a new administration coming into the White House, hopefully. We'll have a member of Congress that will be joining the Democratic majority, and I'm just hopeful that whoever is elected will be able to work closely with them.
So your message to the people, LT, go out and vote Democrat.
That's right. And I ask all my Republican friends, this is the one time you can vote Democrat without feeling guilty.
Right. Come on. Yeah.
when you voted on Saturday, were there a lot of people?
There were, the line was filled outside. I went upstairs and went straight up to the desk. Well, it took me all about, I would say, 10 minutes. It was real efficient. But, I just have to commend all of the staff that are up there doing this for us in this pandemic. They've been doing a good job.
Right. Yeah.
Please vote. You have until 8 p.m. tonight to vote. And just as a reminder, you have to have been registered in the general election in order to vote. If you didn't vote in the general election and you want to vote, you can. You just have to be a registered voter. So please go out there and do it.
LT, what'd you make of...
when did you guys vote? Did you guys already vote?
I voted. Yeah. Did you vote?
I haven't voted yet.
I voted early.
All right.
Yeah. I'm liking this.
Where do you vote, Sabrina?
Jigo.
Okay.
I used to vote in Agate, and then I switched over to Jigo.
I like 2020. I mean, the only thing that I can think of, there's been a few good things, but I got to vote 3 times this year.
Yeah.
LT, what did you make of the voter turnout? We had Sean Gumatata on earlier talking about this low voter turnout. What do you think the reasons were for that?
I've been thinking about it a lot because we saw that throughout the country there was record turnout. And here, so, it might be people are not necessarily outraged. People are scared. I think people have different reasons, or people are apathetic. The apathy could be that they're disappointed with the leadership. Maybe some of them, including with us. But there might be others that are satisfied with what's happening and don't see a need to come out. It really is something I've been thinking about because we are the only jurisdiction. I haven't checked the turnout for the other territories, but in the States, we always surpass the turnout in the States.
Yeah.
And this time we didn't.
For it to flop like that, it's really interesting.
Really have to analyze that in different ways. But I really do think that a lot of people are fearful and, maybe not as energized or mobilized to go out there. I thought that some of even the villages that had 6 candidates running for mayor, I thought would turn out more voters, and even they didn't. So I have to continue to analyze it and have my informal discussions with people, asking them what they think. What do you guys think?
I think it's just a combination of the apathy and the COVID, and also the quality of the candidates. It seemed like we had some good ones, and then there was just like really sharp drop off, way down. But LT, what'd you make though? I mean, we had the low voter turnout, but to me, it seems like in the period for the in-office voting and at the GEC, I mean, they had like 5,000 people come through there in 1 week. I mean, that to me, that says something.
Yeah, no, I think that, the people that love to vote and love to participate are usually the ones that go out there. And then it's really about getting out the vote and mobilizing your networks to come out. And I think that this election, a lot of people, you usually are able to socialize, right? They always think that the October surprise is going to be on Halloween weekend, and everybody's going to gossip and chatter when they see each other, but there wasn't anything like that. Right. You're not able to do that. And unfortunately, it doesn't look like, we'll be able to socialize much given all of the cases with our COVID numbers. I mean, we're really trying to delve into the data, Chris and Sabrina, trying to, take out and screen out all of the clusters coming in from construction and from corrections to see where our community spread is. But, we have, I think the next couple of weeks, they're still going to be critical. I know every week seems to be critical, but given the outbreak and the increase in cases worldwide, and we continue to have inbound travelers, and just, we've been since mid-August, right? Having record number of cases ourselves. I mean, I'm hopeful that we could start leading and bringing the numbers down, but it's going to require people to kind of fight this COVID fatigue that they have and really challenge themselves about their comfort zone. So, my best guess, for example, at the situation in the construction and Department of Corrections, the spread is occurring when coworkers are gathering together, probably, eating together. I had a complaint in my office last week from an anonymous one from employees saying, "Oh, my supervisor's mean. She's not allowing us to eat together." And my staff was like, "You shouldn't be eating together." It's just one of those things. And now and the painful thing is next Thursday is Thanksgiving, right? And I would just say, if you're not planned for Thanksgiving in your own household, if I wouldn't be, our family were talking about are we going to exchange dishes, right? We're looking at having a Zoom Thanksgiving. First time our relatives from the States can participate. So, it's but really trying to figure that out, because I don't think that, some of the guidance, and I know we're looking at guidance and talking to the professionals here too, but I've seen some guidance in the States. Some governors in some states are suggesting that you should not be having Thanksgiving outside your household. Some are saying you shouldn't have it more than 2 households at the limit. There's a big risk, and with the community spread that we've seen, I just tell people you have to really reconsider what you do because the spread is happening out there. When you get home from work, you may have caught it somewhere, and then you're bringing it home, and then sometimes you're bringing it into the workplace. So in construction, it came in from the outside, likely from local employees, and it spread into the barracks. Same thing at corrections, coming in from the employees and into the inmate and detainee population. And
LT, so what are you anticipating though? Because we're trying to get this CAR score down, right? And a lot of people are saying that we can't really do that unless there's some type of tightening of restrictions that are in place. Are we tracking anything, any type of announcement, any discussion with the administration? Because we just keep hearing about a lockdown, or 2 weeks, whatever the case may be.
I have to say that people are calling and advocating for that. There are other people that don't want to see that. So you're right. There is a buzz out there about an action. We're still analyzing it. We haven't made any decisions. We're really looking at the cases very, very carefully, and trying to look for progress. Prior to the construction outbreak, we started seeing some incremental progress going down. And then we had those two, plus really monitoring the situation with the Archdiocese. I haven't heard of any additional cases yet coming from any events where the priest was. That is a very scary one that we're looking at. And if we can get through that and get our numbers down, and I still would say that I'm optimistic because we were able to identify these clusters. And one of the actions that we took with the governor and public health is to slow things down at construction while we get the construction companies to clear the public health process and then be able to get back to work. But with the amount of construction workers, I think we're over 500, including the Black and Cortec cases. Yeah. And still with, I think, about 1,000 more tested from yesterday through the next couple of days of all the subcontractors, any possibilities from exposure. If we can get through these clusters and then make more progress, then hopefully we've gone through the thick of these things right now. But I'd tell you, it's day by day, hour by hour, just taking a look at the test results and making sure that we're able to identify these cases and really identify these clusters.
Right.
Do you have any update on the implementation and the review of the fines and fees?
I understand that public health has already sent those, or has already done their review process, and I believe that they are looking at the traffic court to handle the citations, and to make sure that people would have due process, that if and when they get cited, that they're given a fair shot at explaining themselves if they did not violate. But we'll get an update in the next day or so on where that is. But that's kind of like the idea. Idea is to try and get public health to have that authority, especially prior to all of these holiday events. Last night I was, every now and then I get complaints, people call about gatherings, and you almost feel helpless when you send the police or public health over and they break them up, and then guess what? They're back at it again in about 30 minutes. And so there needs to be some sort of fair enforcement system in order for us to try and get through this. I think we're the only jurisdiction that doesn't have that. And I might be wrong. There might be others in the States, but if you take a look at our nearest neighbors in, so to speak, Hawaii and California, where there are established citations and penalties, I think we're just looking for somehow to discourage and, dissuade people from endangering themselves and others.
Now that I think of it, did the draft rules and regs indicate where the money that's collected from these fines and fees, where it would go?
You know what? I'm not sure, and I'll clarify that.
Yeah.
I'll clarify that.
Yeah, I don't remember reading that part.
Is it
Yeah, I'll
frustrating?
clarify.
Is it frustrating at all, LT, that we continue? I mean, we've got just a constant parade of people that come on the link, and over the past 8 months, hey, what do you want to say to the people? Oh, just keep doing what you're doing. Mind your distance, wash your hands, yada yada. But I mean, if you look at these numbers that we're seeing and this crazy surge, it's been how many weeks, Jay? We've been in this peak war.
This is 15.
15 weeks.
15 out of the
I mean,
30
can we
weeks of the
really
pandemic.
say people are doing what they need to do and to keep on doing it? Because obviously somebody's not doing something. And a lot of people are not doing whatever they need to do. So is it frustrating on your part?
I think people are underestimating how contagious and infectious the virus is, because people say that they're complying, but then they let their comfort down when sometimes in their own sanctuary, right? That's where some of the spread happens. They unknowingly bring it home after maybe casually sharing a smoke break with somebody, perhaps, or speaking to people and underestimating the amount of time that they put themselves in danger, and then unfortunately coming home and infecting the family. I think that's the big leap that people are having a problem with. They really truly believe that they're doing everything they can to keep themselves protected, but the disease or this virus is very, very highly infectious, and sometimes you just have no idea. Even look at me and the governor, right? I mean, even though that I could say probably we're the ones that exposed to, I couldn't tell you that, yes, I got it from her. I just couldn't. Although, and in my situation, only, in my house, and then my sister got it. Nobody else, my security, my staff, nobody did. It's just one of those bizarre things that I think people underestimate how infectious it is. And sometimes it can creep up into you. So, it really is a warning that when we're dealing with the family events and Thanksgiving is coming up, let's say you're with your 6 people in your house and they're all adults and they all work. You have to really think those are a lot of periods of exposure that they have for each other. So you really need to try and alter how you are in your own sanctuary. I think that's the biggest challenge. Is it's your house is supposed to, you're supposed to walk around with your underwear or
Hey, how'd you know?
said that, but I mean,
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
where
we
we're.
know.
Yeah, we know.
but it just, I think that tying it to the CAR score, which integrates, the situation with the testing and the situation going on at the hospital, and making sure that, we are aware of our surroundings and how things are unraveling, including in the States. And, one of the things is we have additional help here, right? For now, with all of the states unraveling, I imagine that we will have challenge trying to maintain people that are here, right? And so it really is urgent that we try and keep the numbers down, bring them down in the next few weeks, since if you're watching, I'm sure you guys watch it all the time, the situation going on in the States and how the number of cases and hospitalizations is already heading into a crescendo. We're going to be in a competition for resources.
Right. Good
So
point.
I mean, right now, plan alternatives. It hurts, but if you love your Nana, don't endanger her on Thanksgiving. Figure out ways to try and do what we can so that maybe we can be a bit more open when we come into Christmas time. I mean, but that even that's a steep hill to climb ourselves, right?
Yeah.
I mean, we can do it. if we can survive enemy occupation for 2.5 years,
Yeah,
right?
but the problem, LT, is we didn't survive that enemy occupation, right? Our Mononco did, right? Yeah.
Right, but guess what? Their genes are all in us, right?
A day.
We're part of it.
Right.
We're part of it.
Can we switch gears a little bit here, LT, and maybe to get your comment on the nomination of Superior Court Judge Maria Senzon, right?
Well, you know that she is one of my dearest, closest friends.
Right.
And the friendship I have with her really was started with camaraderie, professional relationship at the judiciary when I was over there as the administrator of the court. In fact, I'll just tell you a quick story. I would never have gone to the court had it not been for, this is interesting, for Governor Calvo to be elected. Because when Governor Calvo got elected, he appointed Judge Jamie Canto to the bench. He was the legal counsel to the governor's office. Judge Senzon was at the court as director of policy and got taken to be legal counsel, and then I came in to replace her. So it's kind of interesting. But I would just say this, that she is an excellent jurist. She is very well qualified. She has all of the characteristics of judicial excellence. And she's going to be an excellent jurist if she gets through a very, very political and divisive situation, right? This is obviously not the best, perfect time for you to get a nomination from a president who just got defeated. But guess what? She did. She cleared, extensive vetting by federal law enforcement. She's been vetted by many people that were interviewed as part of that process. And if she gets it, it's going to be good for Guam. So, I'd say that. Now, whether or not, I'm surprised that the president would be able to make nominations after he, was after he lost the election. He has not admitted that. But you know what? You just expect the unexpected from the president. And sometimes the way I see it, it takes years to get down to district court judges in the territories, since there's circuit court judges, justices, all sorts of things. But I think that, she's an excellent candidate, and very proud of her. I also am very proud of the service of Judge Frances Tidinco Gatewood, who served the court for 14 years. She also is very honorable and worthy of appointment. But unfortunately, based on the political process, the nomination's been made. But I'm very excited for her.
LT, there's a little bit of, I don't want to say like a big difference in what you're saying and the announcement that the release that came out of Adelup, which seemed to focus more on
didn't have input.
No input, out of the loop, the type of thing.
Well, and you would normally get the input. And first of all, we're not of the same party as the president, right? So if, for example, vacancies happen during a Biden administration, then for sure I would say that, we would be involved in trying to identify talent for the president to look at. There's other factors out there. And it normally is par for the course that there should be consultation. But like I said, we're living in the world of Trump. You just never know what's going to happen. So of course the governor, I think was surprised because she wasn't even notified, that there was an appointment that would be made. And I think that she was responding in that way. Right. But there's no question that the governor knows that Judge Senzon is very qualified, is a very good person. I mean, we've had meals together in the past, so she's a good person. Setting aside, there's two issues. There's the politics process, and then there's the individual. And the individual I know very well and is an excellent person, and I'm very proud of her. Process, obviously not handled perfectly, but
it's 2020.
This is a Supreme Court justice was nominated and confirmed in 30 days.
Crazy.
So I mean,
it is what it
matter.
is. It is what it is. Just go with that. Bree?
Yeah, I wanted to go back to the election and just find out from you whether or not you had any opportunities to talk to Congressman St. Nicholas or Congressman Underwood at all.
I've not talked to Congressman St. Nicholas in quite a long time. In the past, we have been very, very close personal friends. I'm always concerned for him. But I have talked to Congressman Underwood numerous times in the last few weeks. I mean, he's been very active out there. And of course, you might know I spent 5 years of my life working for him as a legislative assistant. I was his treasurer, actually. I saw him briefly on election day outside, and we had some nice words. But one thing I would say about Congressman Underwood, when I worked for him, he created this Team Guam approach when Joe Ada and then Carl Gutierrez were the governors, and Joe T. San Agustin was the speaker. And I would like, no matter who wins, to take that up again. Each time that there was significant movement in federal policy, there was always a Team Guam effort. So, for example, when Congressman Underwood passed the Excess Lands Act, which fast-tracked the return of federal lands, which I think another one should be done this year or in the next Congress because of the other lands involved, everything was integrated. We would send letters signed by the congressman, the governor, the speaker of the legislature would go in, and it was very, very powerful and strong, especially when there was one voice from Guam. And that's what I would like to see. And we've had some disagreements with Congressman St. Nicholas. And if he does indeed prevail, let's refresh and let's adopt this Team Guam approach, and let's work collaboratively together. And if Congressman Underwood gets elected, I'm pretty sure that we're going to do that, because that's been something that he had done for quite a long time. And so in the next, I think it's critical, of course, we have the pandemic disaster that we're dealing with. I'm very optimistic with the Biden administration that we'll get additional aid. I'm also looking forward to a transportation package. The Democrats and the Republicans have been talking about investments in infrastructure to create jobs. So I can see the pathway for additional road construction money coming in and additional infrastructure for water and wastewater. And then, of course, we still, even though there's a military expansion, so to speak, with its new basing, there's still thousands of acres in excess federal lands that could benefit from a fast track release to the government of Guam, just like what happened back in, I think it was in 2004, when the Excess Lands Act was passed, and it fast tracked the return of a tremendous amount of property. So, the federal the federal agenda, I think, is very serious, and we have some opportunities coming in our way if we're able to align. And I'm real hopeful and that we can, no matter who wins. We need to, and I think it'll serve both everybody well if we do. And we can disagree, but gosh, let's disagree. Call each other on the phone. That's what I would like to see. I mean, I rarely get into it, but if I need to get into it, I will. But people want to just try and figure out, and we don't agree on everything. There's things we can agree on, and then let's focus in on that.
Let's
and
find those.
Try it.
Yeah, totally agree.
Yeah,
I mean, LT, it just, you're right. No matter who wins, God, I just pray that we can put all this behind us for real, because I've seen these, with you guys and Congressman St. Nicholas, there have been these instances where,
like the war reparations, that would seem like such a needless fight.
Right.
We didn't have to fight about that. The whole point was we got the Republican administration to authorize a fast-track process so people could get paid. And then, but we needed his legislation, no matter what, to pay everybody else. There just didn't seem to be have to
any
be. I
real
regret
reason that, yeah.
you know,
And I mean, you're right. I mean, with this pandemic and everything that's going on, we do need that one Guam approach. And that doesn't mean that you got to like kiss anyone's ass or anything. You know, it just
That's
means
right.
like, let's just sit at the same table. And for this effort to get stuff from the feds, let's be united. But then if you want to disagree with whatever we're doing here, that's fine. But, you know, it's like my grandma used to say.
I tell you that all of us can and need to adjust ourselves.
Right,
All
yeah.
of us.
My
You know,
grandma
the
used to-
governor, me, the legislature, the congressman. You know, I mean, now's the time to kind of like just calibrate ourselves. You know, we are part of the Guam leadership. And even though we may be competing with each other from time to time and maybe opposing each other in elections, but, you know, we are part of the leadership. So, you know, we can, there's some people that I often look at, I'm thinking, gosh, I don't understand why they're like that, but let's try again.
Yeah.
Yeah. As we, you know, in December, the federal assistance, it stops with the PUA and the like, and we don't know what's going to happen in the next couple of months. Are you meeting or having any discussions with, I guess, our local leaders to stand up any sort of local programs or assistance to help, you know, the 35,000 that are unemployed, or the people that are waiting in line and going to their mayor's offices to get food?
I think that's going to be that's the top concern for us. I mean, well, I should say top concern is keeping everybody healthy. But part of that health is their economic health too, right? And making sure that they have what they need. And there's a lot of people hurting out there. I mean, a lot.
Yeah.
But I would say that that's kind of got to be our imperative, right? Planning and figuring out what we can do. And there have been some discussions here and there, but there needs to be a comprehensive discussion with all of us to kind of get us to what our reality is going to be in January.
Right.
And, you know, and it could go either way too, because the Republican U.S. Senate is not really, you know, there's a big disagreement about the level of unemployment assistance that they're willing to give. Right. I think they'll give something, but what that something is going to be is going to likely depend on an election on the other side of the world in Georgia. And also, you know, the skills of President Biden negotiating with his former colleague, Mitch McConnell.
Yeah.
Something will happen, but we have to plan for all the different ways. And so, I mean, you know, if that's going to mean expanding and stepping up the housing and rental and mortgage assistance, which some people, if they have too many assets, might not be eligible for, and trying to amend that. What we're also doing right now is we're on 60 more days on a 90-day process in which the governor has sent to Center for CMS to increase the poverty level for Medicaid to 400%, so more people can qualify for health care assistance. But it is going to, you know, those are the different factors that we have to roll into the healthcare, the housing, and then the sustenance. And then the other part of it is the ones that are just right on that borderline that because of their assets or, you know, past successes are kind of like out of the qualification, the eligibility requirements for some of the standard entitlement programs. That's the group that I think is really, really concerned, and there's different ways that we can chip around that in different ways. So there's that, and then the other big thing is schools, right? And trying to work on, I mean, we're planning for face-to-face, but if it's not safe, it's not going to happen. And and we're still in the middle now of executing what's going to be an expanded subsidy, or going to be a subsidy, expanded access to the internet, but including a subsidy that we're going to work through DOE to help parents offset the cost of internet. So let me just briefly, before I have to go, we finally received our approval from U.S. Education to pursue our plans. I think it's over $8 million that we're going to be pushing through Department of Education to push out to parents of both public and private school and charter school students. That is being worked on right now actively. And then going forward and in partnership with DOE, we're establishing these community learning centers around the island. And our plans are pushing in some hotspots and perhaps some supporting computer labs that are going to be in all the villages in 21 schools, and then in the village libraries and DYA centers and different areas. So that's kind of like the other pieces. We got the economic and sustenance piece, but then now for me personally, working with DOE on trying to facilitate and aid on the education front. Unfortunately right now, and I was just talking about this yesterday on the meeting, the students are heavily impacted this year and last year, right? They are behind. And there's some innovative ways to try and get them to stay afloat, but this pandemic is going to impact us for the next few years based on trying to bring the students up to where they need to be and having the support mechanisms for them at the home so they can learn. It's the most challenging thing that I can think of. And I do have to say that the different schools are doing the best they can. A lot of them want to open. Harvest wants to open, and some other private schools, but we'll only do that when it's safe.
Well, thank you. I know you've been heading up, trying to get resources for education since the start of this pandemic, but you've also been heading up the efforts regarding our homeless situation. And I think last time we spoke, there were efforts to try and secure this second homeless shelter. Has there been any movement on that at all?
No, there hasn't. And it's very disappointing. There's still open procurement out. There's a little delay because GSA had a positive case down there, so they had to reduce their operations a few weeks ago. And so it's impacted the government, but we're trying to catch up. But quite frankly, and I said it before, I think at our meeting, I'm seeing facilities that are on the multiple listing service go for a price, and the property owners are submitting prices twice or three times those amounts down. And so, it is business, of course, but it has to do with, we can't get into a unsustainable situation, when there's resource needs everywhere else. So the intent is still to do it. There's still a need, and we're pushing, but part of it is going to depend on the location and the cost, and whether or not we could sustain that kind of cost, and not be cheated. That's the bottom line. And it's not just one. Seems to be par for the course in this one.
Well, maybe Jason can talk to some of his realtor friends. LT, I know you got to go, but thank you so much for your time. And
thanks.
Thanks so much. I just say this: if you are going to submit something and it's pretty close or on target with your listed price, then you seem to be a reputable person. You just might get it. So,
well, there you go.
Thank you.
Thanks, LT. See you next Tuesday.
Thank you. Stay safe.
You too. Be safe.
Go to vote at lunchtime.
All right.
Bree, don't forget, Bree.
I'm not gonna forget.
Okay, make sure.
Okay.
Okay. There you go, Lieutenant Governor Josh Tenorio. 8:57. Let's keep it in the KUAM Zoom room, shall we? And we'll go with Guam Police. Or stretching or no?
No, we're good.
Okay. Let's go with the Guam Police Department spokesperson, Sergeant Paul Tapao. Good morning, Sarge.
Hey, Hoffaday, good morning. Sabrina, Chris, Jason, Jose, how you guys doing?
We're doing pretty good on this runoff election day. Did you go vote already, Sarge?
This afternoon.
Okay.
The wife and I, we have a tradition where we go in together and
day.
some debating and everything, and choosing the right one. But rest assured, I'm going to exercise my right and make my voice be heard. So
Well, the debate between you and the wife, that's going to be the only debate we saw for this runoff. So. Sergeant, you get 2 hours to do that. Tell Chief you get 2 hours to go vote.
Yeah, that's the we do have that. We afford that to all government employees here too, as well as the Guam Police Department, and we have our we also check in our officers that are staged at the polling sites. So that's a good thing that we're there, and we show our presence in the respective polling sites.
Go ahead, Sabrina.
All right. Well, I wanted to get a few updates, just a couple. First, on that auto ped fatality that happened last week in Dededo. Have there been any arrests at all with regard to that particular case?
Not at this time. We did report that last week, and it's unfortunate that we have to report on fatalities that happened on the roadway. So it was classed as auto pedestrian one leaving scene. With the work of patrol and of course the witnesses that were there, we were able to identify the vehicle and were able to locate the operator and the vehicle, and they were brought in to the traffic investigators at Highway Patrol Division. So this is an ongoing case. We still have a lot of science that we need to put into our report. So understanding where we are now, we are still actively working to close this case, and hopefully we can bring closure to this case, just like some of the previous cases that we reported on, such as the Marble Cave Route 15 incident, where our traffic investigators made the arrest. So, these cases take time. We have to do our reconstruction and, of course, plug in the science from the scene into the final reports that will be prepared for the AG should an arrest or citation or closure for the purposes of the report being made.
So it was a fatal auto ped hit and run.
Yes, it was classified that by our investigators from the Highway Patrol Division.
Mm-hmm. What about the missing persons report for Michael Castro?
It's still active. The mother of the missing individual, Michael Castro, reported it, I believe, on the 8th. Let me get my records just to be on the Sunday, November 8th. The missing persons was filed. We do know that the last time Michael Castro was seen, he was seen operating a beige Lexus. And since then, the vehicle has been located. This is an ongoing investigation. It's still classed as missing persons. Our detectives are actively investigating this case. And again, we are asking, the Guam Police Department is asking the community if anybody has any information. If you look at the timeline, October 29th was the last time Michael Castro was seen. He was operating this vehicle. If anybody has particular information that can aid our investigators, please call our dispatchers at 472-8911, or you can submit a tip anonymously to the Guam Crime Stoppers at guam.crimestoppersweb.com. Again, just to assure the community, we're still moving forward with a missing persons complaint and investigation.
Mm-hmm. So the car was found in Santa Rita. What was the condition of the vehicle when it was found? And
unfortunately, this is part of the investigation. So, we are gonna, I'm gonna refrain from making any comments relative to this. Again, this is, the part of the investigation where we are, our detectives need to fill in the gaps. So we want to afford that just to protect the integrity of this case. So, we are still moving forward with this missing persons investigation.
Was it found in a secluded area or at a location known to the family?
It was indicated that it was found in Santa Rita, and the mother did mention that individuals within the Santa Rita proper have provided information relative to that. And of course, our detectives reached out. You know, we worked when we found the vehicle. We worked at locating the registered owner of the vehicle, which was listed to Michael Castro. You know, again, these are things in which we need to look into, and again, to protect this the integrity of this case, we want to continue to further the case with our detectives. So should anything come forward from this case or anything other than information that we get from the community, rest assured that as our detectives provide that information, the Guam Police Department will be able to provide further information to the community.
So there's nothing really you can say about the vehicle in terms of
Not at this time, ma'am.
Anything else you can say about? I mean, it's been a while. October 29th, reported November 8th. It's going to be a month, and I think in 2 weeks that Mr. Castro has not been. Have you gotten any leads or anything at all?
Oh, they've been, our detectives. I've been briefed by the lead investigator, on pretty much on a daily basis, and we've been keeping close communication, and he's indicated that multiple interviews were conducted. So they're still working the legwork of the case. So again, aiding this investigation and any other case, the Guam Crime Stoppers is a good avenue. Or if anybody has any information, this is where we ask the community to provide information that can aid us. To please contact our detectives, contact our dispatchers, or if you want to remain anonymous, use the Guam Crime Stoppers. Mm-hmm. It's a great avenue in which you can aid a case, and you can actually help bring closure to these cases.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so we're not going to get anything else on this. So with regard to your officers, have any of them tested positive in the past couple of weeks, at least since we last spoke?
No, we've reported 18 total officers within, and of course to include our civilian support employees, 18 in total for GPD personnel. We had 2 officers return just last week. We still have 2 that are listed out, and they're in good condition. So their command is working. They've mentioned to their respective command that they're ready to come back to work, but unfortunately they have to get the clearance from Department of Public Health and Social Service. But start of business this week, we've received word that 2 other officers that were in home isolation had recovered from COVID and are back in line, so they're back in service. So these are good news, of course, to our GPD family, and of course the respective families that were affected by the GPD personnel that contracted COVID-19. So we still have 2 more that are home in home isolation, but we are getting communications from them that they're ready to come back, but we're just waiting the clearance from the Department of Public Health and Social Service.
So 18 total, 16 returned, 2 remaining in home isolation. Are there any on quarantine?
Everybody that was in close contact has returned to work. That with the immediate cases that were previously reported, that included our police dispatcher up at Civil Defense. Operations did resume back at Civil Defense with our dispatchers, and of course the specialized units that were infected by and the Southern Precinct Command. So those that were in quarantine, immediate quarantine because of contact tracing or close contact, have returned back from their quarantine and were given the nod to return by Department of Public Health and Social Service. But we still continue to monitor every day. Every day is a new day for the Guam Police Department. Our officers are out in the masses of the community. We still have our COVID response, task force that work closely with Department of Public Health and Social Services, and of course our GPD personnel that are out in patrol. These guys maintain a daily communication with and contact with the community. So our officers are properly fitted with the required PPEs. We do have advanced PPEs that are available to each respective officer and the command. We've actually prepared, and we continue to assure that the safety of our officers and our personnel are met the best that we can to help mitigate the spread. But it really is, our officers doing their due diligence, and of course, understanding that they play a significant role, each individual within the department, whether it's our sworn officers or our civilian support employees. You know, it's that individual responsibility of simply just wearing a mask, maintaining social distancing, and of course, adhering and understanding that there is a virus out there that, you know, it's taking lives, and we understand it wholeheartedly because, you know, we've lost, you know, retired police officer, you know, Lieutenant Abalana. So it still, you know, it still hits with our officers within the line.
Right. And maybe you talked about the safety of your officers. Maybe you can speak to the discussions we had with the DOC director, Joe Carbolito, and he said that, you know, there are ongoing talks with the Guam Police Department to get this rapid Abbott testing machine over to be used by GPD and DOC for arrestees.
Yeah.
And maybe you can. I was going to say maybe you can talk about why this is so needed.
You know, if you really look at it, when we do make an arrest, they are, you know, the constitutional rights is that they have to be seen. Their case has to be magistrated and heard. So, you know, there is that 24-hour to 48-hour confinement. You know, and with that, you know, that's isolation and of course contact with other individuals. So the unknowns and everything that has been in the discussion. That's still in, you know, our agency heads. You know, Director Carbolito and of course Chief Ignacio, to include the offices of the Attorney General and of course the agencies that will provide that service, such as Department of Public Health and Social Service or the Guam Memorial Hospital, that have these 15-minute Abbott, you know, tests that can actually give you a reading within 15 to 30 minutes. So it helps in mitigating, and you know, this is something that has been in discussion, and I think it, you know, it's going to come down to the agency heads and of course the government moving forward. This is one way in which we've seen other jurisdictions actually deploy this, where, you know, anybody that's going to be confined has to be submitted to a PCR test or, you know, that of the Abbott that can register and read you know, a positive or a negative for an individual that may have to be confined in the facility for more than 24 to 48 hours. So again, you know, this is coming from the respective agency heads, such as, you know, Director Carbolito, Chief Ignacio, and of course the Attorney Generals and the respective, you know, public health providers. So once that comes into fruition, that'll be a great plus for not just our office, you know, not just Department of Correction, but also our officers who are in close contact with the duration of time that is spent with an individual that may be positive, you know, we didn't know about. So it really helps us in contact tracing so that we can actually deploy our mechanism for quarantine and of course identifying those that were part of the case or were actively involved in one case. So we've been getting you know, good cooperation from both Department of Correction and Public Health when we get information about an arrestee that was processed that, you know, had tested positive. It really aided GPD in contact tracing and of course quarantine and isolating those that were in immediate contact. So this is a great tool that we, you know, should consider. And of course, once the decision's made, you know, it's going to benefit both agencies and of course the community abroad. So this is something in which, should it come to fruition, you know, this is a tool that we can use to help mitigate COVID-19, not just in the DOC population, but also with the GPD personnel and the community.
Have you been able to trace back any of the positives within GPD from to a detainee or an arrestee?
We've reported it. We were able to report it, and it was really just you know, going back into the reports and see, you know, get an account of which officers were actively involved. You know, time, distance, and of course PPEs is one of the things in which we look into. You know, we follow the CDC guidance that's, you know, reiterated by Department of Public Health and Social Service. 15-minute grace period, you know, if you're in close proximity, if you're not wearing PPEs, you know, these are indicators that you may have possible exposure. So, you know, being the recipient of information of arrestees that have tested positive, it helps us in identifying the last person that was in contact with this with this particular arrestee to include all other aspects such as our processing, our detention facility that does the processing and has to get close and personal with the arrestee for fingerprinting, and of course for our mugshot photo photography and stuff, and of course the investigators in the preliminary cases or the preliminary individuals that handled the initial stage of the investigation. So just tracing back, it helps us in identifying officers so that we can actually mitigate and contain them, and of course quarantine those that have been exposed. So it's a great tool. It's a great asset that we know. Knowledge is power. If you have that information and we're able to stop the spread and identify that and provide the aid to our officers, then the Guam Police Department will move forward in providing that, ensuring the safety of all the GPD population.
Is there any update on that officer involved shooting investigation? The one that happened in Tamuning on Super Tuesday?
Yeah, it's still ongoing. Chief Ignacio did mention, in his press conference that we had in regards to the case and where we are going, how we're going to be moving forward. So we are working closely with the Office of the Attorney General as just to really show transparency and of course to protect the integrity of this particular case. So the Office of the Attorney General is a part of this, and of course separate and apart for the criminal aspect of the investigation. For the administrative investigation portion, the Guam Customs and Quarantine Director Pareto has afforded internal affairs investigators from their side of the shop to conduct an internal investigation for the incident. So two ongoing investigations. We have the criminal aspect that's being handled by the Office of the Attorney General, and of course the administrative investigation that's being handled by the Guam Customs and Quarantine. So this is really, Chief Ignacio had made it clear that we want to be transparent as possible, and of course protect the integrity at the best that we can, in regards to this. So that's where we are. Other than no other information other than what was provided by Chief Ignacio during the press conference.
All right. Anything else going on, Paul, with GPD?
I heard the campaign of the Click It or Ticket, in various languages in our FSM families, and everything. And I thought that was beautiful. And, our traffic investigators, they do work closely with Department of Public Works Office of Highway Safety. And we just want to remind the community that we are approaching the holiday season, and we did we made last week's announcement of the DUI checkpoints. We are doing our best to really curb the fatalities that happen on our roadway. And one of the best ways in which we can do that is if we can address impaired driving, both those that consume alcohol beverages and of course the introduction of recreational cannabis. We want to remind the community that, there is a virus out there, but if you're going to celebrate, the best thing we can do is designate a responsible, sober driver. It's one of the best gifts that we can give during the holiday season. So, we ask the community, please do your part and, celebrate responsibly. And, if you're celebrating at home with your immediate family members, that's recommended by, of course, Department of Public Health and Social Service. But should you choose to operate a vehicle, please have a sober driver.
Mm-hmm. Were there, I know those DWI checkpoints, they were just this past weekend. Were there a number of citations that were issued? People were really out there going out.
Unfortunately, yesterday I wasn't able to get a count of the operation, but I'm gonna meet and do get a back brief relative to the fatal auto pedestrian crash that happened last week, and of course get a back brief as to the DUI operation. So as soon as that information gets available to me, I'll provide it to you offline.
All right. Thanks, Paul.
Okay. All right, guys. Stay safe. Thank you so much again for the opportunity. And, please mask up, Guam, wash your hands, practice social distancing, and, just do your part to help stop the spread or mitigate the spread. We really do need to bring the numbers down. I mean, seeing it in triple digits on a daily basis, it's something. And, if you really take a look back, each individual person plays a really critical role in stopping the spread. So do your part, mask up, wash your hands and practice social distancing.
Stay safe, man.
Thank you, Sarge.
Absolutely. You guys stay safe.
You
God
too.
bless.
You too. God bless. 9:18. We'll take a quick break, and we're back with more of The Link next, right here on The Breeze, 93.9. Good morning.
Today, the KUAM Care Force is calling upon our island community to come together for Giving Tuesday on December 1st for a safe way to help take care of our island family.
On Tuesday, December 1st, stop through our parking lot in Harmon for a donation drive-through.
We're helping the Salvation Army's holiday campaign. You can drop off your non-perishable food items and gifts for kids and teens to our curbside attendants so we can help ensure your safety.
We'll have holiday entertainment while you wait, refreshments, and other goodies for donors.
And the link will be live on location.
So you can be part of the show.
It's all happening between 7 a.m. to 2 p.m. Let's get together and show the world that Guam can still come together for good on Giving Tuesday.
The holidays are almost here, and we could all use an extra dose of cheer and joy this year. So, we're breaking the rules and giving you a holiday head start on Breeze 93.9 FM. Throughout the months of October and November, listen to the special holiday head start blocks of all the season's favorites from 2 p.m. to 3 p.m. and again from 8 p.m. to 9 p.m. Let's try to make spirits bright and make this the most wonderful time of the year. Happy holidays from Breeze. Holiday Head Start is brought to you by Marianas Coating, specializing in roof repair and more. Call 483-3967 for more information.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information. Uproar Race to 21 Challenge. 2020 is 1 year we can't wait to put in the rearview mirror. So lace up, get ready, set, and run to 21 with the Guam Rona Challenge. Join the virtual challenge starting now through December 31st. Go at your own pace and select from 100, 2, or the 300-mile challenge. To register, visit runtochallenge.com. Special thanks to KUAM Communications, Trench Challenge, and Kill Cliff. This is an Uproar event. Proceeds benefit the Special Olympics Guam. Thrive, a coalition for a drug-free Dedido, is an active partnership of community members and leaders committed to a vibrant, resilient, and empowered Dedido. It takes a village to raise healthy and drug-free youth. Thrive with us. Find us online or email thrive@westcare.com.
The Christmas Pops Virtual Marketplace is kicking off on Sunday, November 29th, showcasing local vendors, crafts, and gift-giving ideas to get your holiday shopping season going. Watch our Christmas Pops Virtual Marketplace special on Sunday, November 29th on KUAM TV8 and Facebook Live with lots of interactive features and giveaways. Then find all the vendors featured on KUAMChristmasPops.com. The program will be encore through December on demand and on the stations of KUAM Communications. There is still time to become a vendor. Visit KUAM.com or email BettyAnn at KUAM.com to find out how. On November 29th, let's check off Christmas lists and support our local economy while doing it. The Christmas Pops Virtual Marketplace is presented by Stroll Courier. Get all your packages, documents, and gifts delivered island-wide. Visit strollguam.com/courier and book a delivery today. And Domino's. Visit dominos.gu for faster, easier online ordering.
The company, don't forget your roots. Good jam, love that, one of my favorites. Tuesday, November 17th episode of The Link right here in The Breeze 93.9. A shout out to our sponsors. Thank you so much for the support. Dial Rent to Own. Calvo Select Care, federal employees and annuitants. It's the 2020 federal benefits open season. Enroll now until December 14, 2020. Call 477-9808 for more information. Also brought to you by Burger King. the Thrive Coalition, IT&E, Cabo Enterprises, and Carrier at 9:22. Runoff election ongoing for Washington delegate to Congress. Polls have been open just short of 2.5 hours here. We checked in this morning with Elizabeth Santos from the Guam Election Commission from Truman Elementary in Santa Rita, where right at the start of voting at 7 a.m., people are already showing up to let their voice be heard.
Yep. More than 5,000 people have already cast a ballot through the in-office voting process over at GCIC and curbside voting. They are servicing homebound voters today and also patients over at the Guam Memorial Hospital.
Right, and we are bringing you coverage until the last vote is counted. Well, pretty much for the most part. They might still be some absentee ballots left, but that's going on all night, right, Bree?
Yeah, Adriana Cotero, she will be over with Jacob Sablon over at the UOG Tabulation Center at the UOG Calvo Fieldhouse in Manilao. She will come on live on Facebook at 10 o'clock, and then she'll have updates when the results finally start rolling in. And hopefully, we're all hoping that it won't take that long, so we'll see.
We will see, and we will be here tomorrow morning on the link where we're going to do our election results recap show starting at around 6. We've got a bunch of the regulars from the after party coming in to hopefully unpack what will be a winner and a loser tomorrow morning. What do you think, though, Bree? What's your feeling? I feel like it might be an early night.
You think so?
I don't know.
I think it's 2020, like you've been saying. It's going to be a long night.
It's going to be what it is.
We in the media always had like this little thing, like us and because we see our colleagues from the other publications and other broadcast stations and everything like that. We see them obviously in press conferences and everything like that. But when we would always get together every 2 years and everybody kind of looks to each other and they're like, all right, who wants to take a guess? And whoever got closest to the time when the final batch would be completed, we just said, okay, you get bragging rights for a year. I'm thinking this year maybe 2 a.m. Because that's 6 hours to tabulate and everything like that. I'm thinking that's a fair assessment.
I'm going to say 1 a.m.
Okay. So we'll play closest to the wall.
I'm going to say 5.
5 a.m.
Wow.
Or 4.
Right on. Well,
because you say it takes 6 hours, but 8 o'clock, that's when the polls close.
Yeah.
Then it takes a while for all the ballots to make their way over there. And, it's not just going to be one trip. Because of social distancing, it's going to be a couple to transport the ballot boxes over.
And so the more remote, I don't want to say remote, but the further away villages and everything, it takes a while for them to get there. And also what people don't realize is if there is a line, even though the polling stations close at 8, they will let all the people that have lined up, properly submit their votes. So that kind of extends the process.
Remember back in the day when former Speaker Mark Forbes would always be the last one to vote? You guys were...
Yeah.
How old are you?
Well, he was also the politician who also really kind of put that notion when he did like TV commercials, and he's like, if you just give me just one of your votes, just one of them, and then everybody started doing that because they're like, wow, he's playing the numbers and everything. And
I remember when he would actually do his campaign commercial live.
Right, he would buy off like 30 minutes of time.
Yeah, and he'd come in here and do everything completely off the fly, no script.
Yeah.
We're like, all right, who's gonna run prompter? He's like, I don't need one. No teleprompter, I'm good.
Right, and he would do a whole thing with the, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, that's just random. Reminiscing.
He and his wife are. I don't think I've ever seen anyone who was better in a game of Trivial Pursuit.
Yeah, there's a lot of brain power there.
Yeah, Speaker Forbes is unbelievably bright.
So yeah, I'm saying 2 a.m. But what was the deal with the general guys? They were running it in batches of what?
Well, there are 67 voting precincts on the island, and they said they would only do a maximum of 30 at a time to try and minimize the work, and with the staff being reduced by half. So they thought that was a pretty good volume of work that they could accomplish.
Right. So shout out to Adriana and Jacob who are going to be up. Bree and I were over in our hours. We can't work, so they're going to.
Well, Adriana's got kind of like a long day because she was telling me this morning, of course, she's in court covering the Mark Torrey Jr. retrial.
Right.
The defense did rest yesterday, and I believe that the people had no...
It's the closing arguments are
Yeah.
today.
And she said she's hopefully, she's going to be out of that at 11 and then, write that up, get a few hours sleep, and then, go right back
She's a
home.
young gun, dude. She could go all day, all night.
Yeah, not like Manamco like us.
No. I was like 10 o'clock. Oh, boy, my back's hurting. 9:28. Let's go into the KUAM News Zoom room. But coming up, though, on the show, we have from the Guam Community College, Denise Mendiola. They're continuing. This is part 2 of the Workforce Opportunities Reimagined Conference. So we'll talk about that with Denise. But first, wanted to bring on Melanie Guerrero. And, we really tried, Melanie, to get some answers from the police spokesman, Sergeant Paul Tapau. I know that you probably heard the interview with him. Sadly, he didn't give us anything. It's all still under investigation. And guys, Melanie came on the show, I want to say last week. Her son, Michael, has been missing. Melanie, good morning, first of all.
Good morning.
Sorry.
Have you heard anything at all from the Guam Police Department regarding the investigation surrounding your son?
I think, you guys know how this works more than I do. There's just a lot of critical things going on in these early stages, and I'm just put in a position where it's hard to be able to share things out there that, for me, it's just about finding my son. And I hope you all understand that. And that I was briefed, and I'm at that stage where I'm trying to trust the law enforcement agencies in what they're doing and their capacity to do it and get it done as soon as possible in finding Michael. That's really, what they're not, they just are very critical about information right now, and certain information being out there. And I think you guys have more experience with them than I do. So you understand more about how these things work. For me, it's just happening. It's just been happening now, and I'm just learning about the process. And so for me, I just want to get that message out there again about, who Michael is and what our family is going through and what I'm going through as a mother, having to wake up every day and sometimes hardly sleep because I don't know where my son is. And right now they don't even know where my son is. So that's what I can say.
So no one has reached out to you, I guess, since we last spoke about having seen him or have spoken to him or where they think he might be?
I'm hearing, yes, as far as reaching out to me, yes, some of his friends have reached out to me. I've gathered more information since then. And I've talked to the GPD about all of that. And then, I of course, I'm just not going to live every day about not trying to find out some information. But again, it's just in the early stages that, they're not going to want to leak out any information right now. And as Michael's mom, I'm just, there's certain information that cannot be said. And for me, that's all I care about, is making sure that that's preserved to finding Michael. And I don't want to compromise any of that because my only concern is finding my son.
Right. Do you believe he's in danger?
I mean, I don't know, you know. I know that he's not here. I haven't heard from him. I know that someone knows something. I know that something has definitely happened to him. That I know. And whether he's in danger or whether he's hurt or whether someone is holding him or hiding him or any of that, they don't even, the authorities don't know that. And I don't know that. That's what is happening. As far as danger, I just feel he is in danger because I haven't seen him. I haven't heard from him. It's been already 17 days, and every day is just a new day of the same day for me and our family. So all those thoughts of being in danger and hurt and what is happening to him or what may be happening to him, those are all thoughts that go through a mother's mind. And it's very hard.
Melanie, the last
to
time
have to process it.
the last time we spoke, you had mentioned that your son had some relationship issues. Do you think that those were serious enough to be a factor in his status?
I'm not weeding anything out. Everything that is coming forth, it's being looked into. And I'm not going to say that that could be a factor because there could be so many other factors that I'm aware of. So we can't just say it's one thing. I'm open to hearing everything and listening to what I'm being told. And it's not just going to be about one thing that I'm going to narrow my thoughts to because I haven't seen my son. I haven't heard from my son. I don't know where he is. So it's hard to say right now whether or not it's just one thing that is a factor in Michael being missing.
I'm sorry to ask, were there any issues with drugs or anything that you think could have led to anything with Michael?
You know, Michael is an adult, you know, and Michael has young and he has a lot of friends. And if I'm being told about certain things, at the end of my thought is, Michael's not here to answer for himself. And until we find Michael, we can all speculate about what he must have been doing or where he was, what he was doing at the time he was doing it. And Michael's not here to answer any of those kind of questions or my thoughts about that. You know, I don't want to say and put out there such things and thoughts like that because I've already had, I've said before that I've had serious conversations with my son. And, you know, I did understand about things in his life that were happening that was related to relationships and decisions he was making and leading up to decisions that he was trying to change about things that was going on in his life. And to me, whenever I saw my son, that was never a concern when I saw him. I think Michael always wanted me to see him in a way that, you know, Mom, you don't have to worry about me. You know, I'm an adult. I know what I'm doing. I didn't see that side of Michael.
Melanie,
If you're asking if I thought that he was involved in any drugs, he made he made a lot of effort to make sure that I didn't see that side.
you know, in sharing Michael's picture around, I get a lot of comments of people who say, "Oh, he looks really familiar." Can you give us a little more background on where people might recognize Michael from, and then that could maybe, I don't know, help some people remember anything at all? You know, what school did he go to? What, you know, activities was he involved in when he was younger? Just that kind of stuff, if you could, ma'am.
Yeah. So like I said, Michael grew up around, you know, he was a very young age. He was involved a lot in church, you know, he even inspired to be a pastor of that church, and he led a lot of young youth group in his age group, and was just trying to be so influential back in those younger years, you know. And Michael has always been a person that valued his friends. You know, like I said before, he's always having a lot of friends was very important to him, and getting older, and he worked at the hotels. Early on, he led a team of in that department that he was in. He used to work in the pool side of the PIC. He had a lot of friends there that he formed a lot of good, close relationships with people. He became their team leader. And then after doing that, you know, we started a company back in 2015. I'm actually in the real estate industry, and you know, as a mom, and Michael's my oldest son, so I wanted him to be very involved in the real estate industry. You know, a lot of us and our colleagues, a lot of our kids kind of follow in our footsteps, you know, and that was something that he did a lot in the early years of us starting our company back in 2015. He was very involved in that in the first couple of years. You know, he was able to travel to Asian areas, and you know, just trying to form relationships, and you know, being a young mind, and just seeing the world, and coming from a small island, you know, it was very like intriguing to him, meeting people that were really of status, and being able to travel and be around, surrounding himself with those people that became inspirational, you know, investors out there in Asian countries, you know, and him as a young mind, being able to meet them and talk with them, and you know, inspire him, and coming back home and talking about those experiences. The first couple of years of our company together, it was really focused on that. You know, he was always talking to all his friends and meeting people even on the island, and talking to business people about the company. And I think he really primarily wanted to focus on that. You know, he wasn't like I'm going to sit in the office all day. You know, we kind of tried that, and he wasn't too into like sitting at an office. He enjoyed more talking and interacting with people. And I think a lot of that, people knowing who he is and who he is, and meeting more people, a lot of that came from that, I believe, you know. And that's the things that I remember, you know, and as far as your question about that.
Yeah. Melanie, 17 days. How are you and the family making it through each of these days?
Well, for me as the mother, I'm just having hope and praying, you know, that Michael is safe wherever he may be. I'm hoping that he's not hurt. I'm hoping that I don't have to eventually face the fact that I'll never know what happened to him. I'm hoping that someone will somehow, they'll know something and they'll say something. You know, for me and my family, we're just trying to survive hour by hour. You know, the hours are rolling into days now, and the days have already turned into more than 2 weeks now from the time that we knew something was wrong and that Michael is missing. And right now, hope is all I have, you know. And to imagine myself without my son, Michael, it's just it's a horrible, horrific feeling that a mother it has to go through, and for me to have to deal with and to process it. It's definitely very difficult, but I just want to think positively, and I want that message to be out there of hope, you know, and having I don't know where Michael is, and there's no outcome of that, and I just have to believe that there is a chance that Michael is still alive. my family also, we're very grateful for the help that we're getting from the public, and they can help in so many ways. And that's if, pretty much I just want to ask people if they notice something that's odd out there, or something they hear or see something that sounds odd, or it strikes a chord in their mind and they heard something. I really encourage them to please contact the Crime Stoppers. It may be something that you think is unimportant right now, but it may be the one missing piece of information that the authorities are going to need to put this puzzle together and to locate Michael.
Melanie, did the police tell you anything about the condition of Michael's vehicle when it was found?
They did release some information to me that it's like I said, it's early on in the case that I can't really talk about right now, and I hope you understand, and I'm going to keep repeating this again, that my only concern here is finding my son. And there are some things that have been already released that I know and I'm comfortable with the law enforcement agencies, that they are doing their work to get this done and to resolve as soon as possible. I feel very entrusted in them, that they're doing everything they can. And so with the briefing that I had, I believe that they're doing that, and that soon, I'm hoping that they will find Michael soon.
Well, our prayers to you, Melanie, and your family. I can't even imagine, what you must be going through, and certainly respect you trying to
Really
withhold.
is hard to imagine, there's a lot of thoughts and emotions that go through your head, and Thanksgiving and Christmas coming up. It's going to be very tough if we don't find Michael soon, and how to plan for that, and him still being out there. It's going to be very tough, but we're just trying to be strong, and that's even tough, and just trying to be a support for each other and our friends and people that reached out to me and our family, and trying to support us in their prayers and their love and care for the fact that Michael is still missing, and trying to help out in providing what they can to help the authorities find him.
Thank you, Melanie.
Thanks, Melanie.
Keep us posted, okay? Yeah. And
I will definitely. Thank you.
Okay. God bless you, and our prayers are with you and the family and Michael.
Thank you so much, Chris and Bray and Jason.
Esta. 9:45. Let's take a quick break, and we're coming back with GCC as their workforce conference continues. That's next on The Link. It's The Breeze. 93.9, good morning.
The Christmas Pops virtual marketplace is kicking off on Sunday, November 29th, showcasing local vendors, crafts, and gift-giving ideas to get your holiday shopping season going. Watch our Christmas Pops virtual marketplace special on Sunday, November 29th on KUAM TV 8 and Facebook Live with lots of interactive features and giveaways. Then find all the vendors featured on KUAMChristmasPops.com. The program will be encore through December on demand and on the stations of KUAM Communications. There is still time to become a vendor. Visit KUAM.com or email BettyAnn at KUAM.com to find out how. On November 29th, let's check off Christmas lists and support our local economy while doing it. The Christmas Pops Virtual Marketplace is presented by Stroll Courier. Get all your packages, documents, and gifts delivered island-wide. Visit strollguam.com/courier and book a delivery today. And Domino's. Visit Domino's.gu for faster, easier online ordering.
Thrive, a coalition for a drug-free Dedido, is an active partnership of community members and leaders committed to a vibrant, resilient, and empowered Dedido. It takes a village to raise healthy and drug-free youth. Thrive with us. Find us online or email thrive@westcare.com. Uproar Race to 21 Challenge. 2020 is 1 year we can't wait to put in the rearview mirror. So lace up, get ready, set, and run to 21 with the Guam Rona Challenge. Join the virtual challenge starting now through December 31st. Go at your own pace and select from 100, 2, or the 300-mile challenge. To register, visit runtochallenge.com. Special thanks to KUAM Communications, Trench Challenge, and Kill Cliff. This is an Uproar event. Proceeds benefit the Special Olympics Guam. GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Today, the KUAM Care Force is calling upon our island community to come together for Giving Tuesday on December 1st for a safe way to help take care of our island family.
On Tuesday, December 1st, stop through our parking lot in Harmon for a donation drive-through.
We're helping the Salvation Army's holiday campaign. You can drop off your non-perishable food items and gifts for kids and teens to our curbside attendants so we can help ensure your safety.
We'll have holiday entertainment while you wait, refreshments, and other goodies for donors.
And the link will be live on location.
So you can be part of the show.
It's all happening between 7 a.m. to 2 p.m. Let's get together and show the world that Guam can still come together for good on Giving Tuesday.
The holidays are almost here, and we could all use an extra dose of cheer and joy this year. So, we're breaking the rules and giving you a holiday head start on Breeze 93.9 FM. Throughout the months of October and November, listen to the special holiday head start blocks of all the season's favorites from 2 p.m. to 3 p.m. and again from 8 p.m. to 9 p.m. Let's try to make spirits bright and make this the most wonderful time of the year. Happy holidays from Breeze. Holiday Head Start is brought to you by Marianas Coating, specializing in roof repair and more. Call 483-3967 for more information.
Our frontliners have been working tirelessly to keep us safe, and now they need your help to get our island back up and running as safely as possible. Did you know your smartphone can be one of the most powerful tools in our fights against COVID-19? That's why we're bringing you the Guam COVID Alert Exposure Notification app. This app works by letting you know if you've been exposed to someone who's positive. It's completely voluntary, and more importantly, it's completely anonymous. It does not track who you are or your location. Researchers at Oxford University have found that for every 100 to 200 downloads of the app, it can prevent 100 infections and save one life. Add your phone to the COVID fight by going to guamcovidalert.guam.gov or download it from the App Store or Google Play now. Help Guam stop COVID-19.
Kids medicine miwar wisat sneki sora saurari semen COVID-19. Mi wirinno geri barawats at si pesopuerore ferri e petire semen. Awara oru fit to awam serie coach. Por rave put nupen nofiden. Terupom norgugun rueseken terugeri soap mekarik. Ike seor soap mekarik ekyoan sanitizer miwar ore pesen arukornon. Terufiji ekwareri mepise karavas reson atapa. Kasapat tapawan mesom. Namotireim ike apurien maybe efficientwen. Epeti maraom me barawen awatsikicheng family wan marawan kids medicine. Epet ira tuburun marawat. Renti chikirei poraus tatogeri kakari urget ewe ike tatawaro website tphss.com.
You're hanging with us on the link on a Tuesday morning, a historic Tuesday because Guam is having its very first ever runoff election. I'm Jason Salas. Welcome back to the link for all of our Facebook Live viewers. We appreciate you guys staying with us and adding your thoughts, comments, and concerns in the chat room. Please keep it going. And you know, my friends, there's so much going on the island right now. Some very concerned individuals who have combined vocational education with traditional instruction and just basically the Department of Labor and doing what they can to make sure that Guamanians have high-paying jobs and we can contribute to our very precious island economy. They put on a conference a few weeks back. It was the Workforce Opportunities Reimagined Conference, and it was so successful. Our friends at GCC are doing part 2 because there is certainly the demand for it, and Denise Mendiola joins me right now in the KUAM News Zoom room. Denise, half a day, and I guess I should just say congratulations on having so much demand. That's a very good problem to have.
Hafidi, good morning, Jason. Good morning, Chris and Bree. Thanks for having us on this morning. We are excited to be able to bring back work to the community. And so this is just a continuation of our efforts to be able to help get our people working again.
Now, I know, Denise, when we had Workforce Opportunities Reimagined Conference Part 1, should we say Part 1, Chapter 1, Volume 1?
I think it was,
OG.
Let's just do this one. And then one became, well, we need to do 2. So this is, I think we're actually gearing up to do 4 total.
Nice.
But yes, it was kind of a launch just to see what we could do with this to be able to find out what the people really needed out there.
Now, I know the first one, we had Wayne Bigler on Nestor Lecanto's show in full Zoom. You were on, the second part of his show too, and Wayne was telling us initially because of his experience with the shipbuilding industry, and he said, there's such a demand for that kind of thing on Guam, and a lot of the focus of that first conference was on, the technical matters, the a lot of the jobs that revolve around that particular industry. But now what we're seeing, and I know you're working with, Dr. Mary Okada, and I believe even some people in healthcare that, there are a multitude of opportunities in employment, for people, and everybody thinks of healthcare as just doctors and nurses, but there are billers, coders, back office people, front office managers and everything like that. So can you kind of describe the industries that will be touched by this second conference?
Absolutely. The first conference really focused on asking the questions of what were the critical areas of employment that were needed today, and then as we start getting into recovery mode. And so we came up with 6 industries: education, safety and sanitation, healthcare, technology and telecommunications, because they're together, and then construction and transportation. We added in entrepreneurship just to round it off, because we understand that the businesses need to know what kind of support services are there for them to be able to start providing these opportunities for their employees.
I think that's absolutely wonderful because, with the state of the world right now, a lot of people might say, not everybody wants, everybody wants to get back to work, but not everybody may want to go back out on the field, or they don't want to be in an office for, 8, 9, 10 hours a day. And they want to say, I've always wanted to start my own business. I believe now is an opportune time when I can actually do that. I've made a lot of contacts online and I want to do something in that regard. So, for people that are actually going to hit the ground running and do their own thing from the confines of or the comforts, I should say, of their own home and everything like that, you guys are covering that too. So kudos to you for that.
Absolutely. The new workplace is going to look a lot different. It's going to be your home for the most part. And some businesses, some positions have gone away. At the same time, new positions have opened up. So in safety and sanitation, we're talking about health and safety specialists. In healthcare, we're talking about TCNA, so temporary certified nursing assistants. We're looking at coders and billers, as you had said. But in construction, more than ever, now that you know what's happening in construction, nobody is not affected, right, by this COVID. So everybody is affected by it. And the construction industry is now seeing that they need people in the healthcare field to be able to help check in their employees, to do safety checks out on the sites. So just to be able to comply with the government and to be able to open up, but to stay open.
And I know some of the feedback I've been seeing, and I've seen an overwhelming amount of positive responses to the first conference. And, even the concept of it is people are like, wow, this is wonderful. Some people actually thought it might be like a little bit of a kind of like a quasi job fair. But you have actually emphasized the fact that, the purpose of this of this forum is to allow people that work in those particular industries to upscale their own skill set. And, industries are ever evolving. There may be a bunch of different technologies that, billers and coders or, sanitation engineers may now use that they don't necessarily have had to use, in the last couple of years. So this is a chance for you to really modernize your own skill set within your industry, or for people that may be looking to learn a new skill or may need a job. It's like, hey, these are very lucrative opportunities. These are things that our island needs to continue to get back on track, and the jobs are waiting for you if you're willing to put in the work and learn.
Absolutely. We're trying to help those that needed to shift from, for instance, the hotel industry, move them over into an industry that requires or needs people. So again, they have to be able to upskill or reskill, and then to allow them to have diversified set of skills. So the conference is really talking to both employers and employees, because we're showing the employers, these are the benefits if you start getting them trained up. They even have tax incentives for things like the apprenticeship program, which allows them to be able to keep their employees trained throughout the years that they're employed with them, so that they are able to move up in their positions. So it actually creates a really good career pathway for our local employees, but it also allows the employers to be able to have good, qualified, skilled employees, which helps their businesses to not only stay, but to grow.
Mm-hmm. And of course, this conference is on November 19th and 20th from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. in the afternoon. It's a virtual conference, so for people that have never participated in that kind of environment or that kind of setting, because you've got a lot of people who are really, really good at what they do, and unfortunately, because of the pandemic, they may have found themselves furloughed or just had their workforce hours dramatically cut. So what is the experience going to be like for people that go there because they realize the benefits of it, but they've never participated in a forum of that kind before? I'm sure there's going to be a lot of people are like, wow, I've never done this. This is kind of scary.
Yeah, I can imagine it's scary for a lot of us when we're trying something new. But the best thing they could do is just get onto the GCC website and click onto the link. It'll get them to register for the conference. They won't have to worry about speaking because everybody will be muted, and they're basically an audience watching a show. And so they're going to listen to our panelists that are going to speak, such as Dr. Mary Okada. We also have Superintendent John Fernandez. But we've got people like Len Ka'ai from Black Construction, and we've got Joe Cruz from Cabris Marine, and Dr. Margaret Hattori Uchima. So these are folks that are going to talk to them and have a discussion about what's happening in our industries today, and where the opportunities are for our people, and how they can sign up and get registered, or to where they can apply for those positions.
Okay, so we've talked about when this is, we've talked about where you can do this, and again, the link you want to hit is bit.ly/WORC, and then the number 2, so Workforce Opportunities Reimagined Conference, the second, let's call it Junior.
Junior.
Yeah, the second. Okay, so now we know what people get out of it, we know where it is, we know when it is. The ultimate question, right, for people that are listening to this right now, money's real tight for everybody. What is the cost for people to participate in the Workforce Opportunities Reimagined Conference Part 2?
Well, the best thing about this is it's absolutely free. It's a community outreach project that we're doing right now. So
that is my favorite 4-letter word, beginning with an F. There's a couple that I can't use, but that's my favorite.
Yes.
Okay, so no cost to anybody if they would like to participate. Outstanding.
No cost.
Okay. If people participated in the first conference, Denise, are they able to come back and do this one as well?
Absolutely. We actually kept everybody's names secret. And then we sent out the invitation to everybody that attended the first conference. Okay. So again, this is just a progression of all the work that has happened since work 1. And so now work 2, you're going to be able to see all of the things that have been stood up since then.
Okay. And final question, because we're running up against the top of the hour here, but I'll let you wrap up with this. People also see the benefit of these kind of conferences, these kind of forums, as a chance to really network. And, it's not just skill set enhancement. It's also a chance to make connections with people and, find very valuable people that then they can correspond with. Is there that kind of opportunity with this conference as well?
Yes, absolutely. We're going to have a network opportunity during all of our breaks and during our lunch hours. So there'll be a chance for people to be able to chat with each other. We have the chats where they can type in any questions or comments. So it will be throughout the day during our breaks.
All right. Well, Denise, we always appreciate it. It's an honor to always talk with you and see what you're doing to get Guam back to work. And you're doing the Lord's work by doing that. You're taking care of our people, and we do appreciate it.
We really appreciate KUAM and all of you folks and all the great work that you guys do as well. So thank you again.
Okay, please. And that by the way, over your right shoulder, that's a great art piece right there.
Isn't it? And to Judy for.
All right, take care, Denise. Always a pleasure.
Thank you,
take
Denise.
care. Thanks.
Okay, bye. There you go. Thank you to Jason Solis for conducting that interview.
Thank you for telling me I had to do that interview about 30 seconds before we did it. I was like, all right, hey, Denise is a friend, man. She's a friend of the show. No
Keep
problem.
you on your toes. Good job today, Sabrina.
Good job.
Good job, Joe, sir, Jason, to our audience out there on KUAM News at Facebook Live, out here in Radio Land, and on KUAM TV. Thank you guys so much. Okay? Go out and vote, all right? And we'll catch you. We got the coverage tonight. We got your 6 of the primetime newscast. Of course, Adriana Cotero and Jake Rari will be at the UOG Cabo Fieldhouse, the Tabulation Center, doing hourly updates until we get a winner in this runoff election, and then we'll wrap and recap tomorrow morning right here on the link.
All right. Thanks so much, everybody, for watching, listening, and streaming. Please stay safe.
Yes, stay safe. Wash your hands. Wash your fafa while you're at it. 10:03, we're KUAM FM in Agotnia, Guam. For the Link fam, leaving you with this one from 3 Times Steady featuring Alter Ego, Lonely Days. My name's Chris.
I'm Sabrina.
Hasta. Adios.
Bye.